Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rock and hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are, and welcome to today's stream. It is Tuesday, the 18th of November, where I am, and the future is looking bright. Just to let you know, in case you were wondering, despite some of the heavy topics that we're going to be acquainting ourselves with today. So we're going to be going down the surveillance capitalism pipeline today and trying to get across some of the recent developments within a surveillance capitalist framework. If you remember or recall from many streams that we have done over the last year now, surveillance capitalism is a idea, a theory that has been propagated by none other than the infamous Shoshana Zuboff, an American professor from Harvard, I believe. Yeah, she's come up with kind of a new explanation as to where we are at right now with the capitalist mode of production, and it's not finance capital or the late stage capital, all this sort of stuff. It's known as surveillance capitalism, and this is something that is defined particularly by corporations, companies, and the economy at large being run by a never-ending pursuit of data, and then how to kind of manipulate the market and people's behaviors through data collection and feedback with the various Internet of Things, all of the things that out there that we have that connect to the internet somehow. That conglomeration and control of data is the way that a capitalist economy is being structured in today's age. So we're going to be looking at something called flock safety. Like, I'm kind of fairly new with this concept, this company, but there are these flocks. There's this company basically called Flock Safety, and they have set up cameras basically all over the United States, and they've got like a little solar panel associated with them, and they're kind of this kind of long oval shaped horizontal camera that sits on, I don't know, telegraph poles, uh, important intersections, the street network, all around the US, like in cities all over the US. And when I say cities, I mean kind of anywhere from actual cities to, any local government area, any small government, municipality, whatever you want to call it. They just have this incredible network of surveillance all over the US of A. And it really is all brought to you by one single company called Flock Safety. And so Flock Safety has been a little bit controversial. Americans love their rights and their civil liberties. And so this really flies in the face of them being able to be in public without being, monitored by the state, especially without some type of warrant or good reason to do so. It really just is about trawling the public sphere for data and tracking individuals. Not even just tracking it, like locating, identifying people in public spaces and mapping their existences. It doesn't just like capture your data when you go past, it's logging you. It knows your car, your license plate, the details of your vehicle, and it maps you across the city. So anyone could log in and be like, oh, I know where Mr. E went today. I wonder why he stopped at that suspect place over there. That's not really a bakery. That's a front for something else. And like they can just kind of figure out your daily functions, your daily routines by surveilling you through your car primarily, but like they do engage in other stuff as well. Now, Flock Safety as a corporation seems to solicit its services basically to law enforcement primarily, but who knows what else they're doing. Let's be honest. Dilemma's in the house. Let's go. I'll be lurking. Got my capitalist overlord up my arse. Dilemmas, how you going? Thanks for letting me know. Good luck with the lurk. I hope it works well for you. And I hope your capitalist overlord doesn't crawl too far up there. Let's be honest. Cheese Swiss, I love how you do the little, I don't even know how you get that stuff into your keyboard or how you type that stuff, but it looks great. Internet friends, how are we, internet friends? It's good to see you. Lots of love. And for anyone else who's just lurking in the background today, if you want to do the roll call just so I know who's hanging out, let me know. That would be nice. But as I said, we're going to be going through a bit of an investigation today. So if you want to lurk, you want to, strap yourself in, it's going to be one of those days where we go down a rabbit hole and figure out what the hell is going on. Now, this came to my attention because of our wonderful contributors in the Discord community. So if you're not part of Discord and you're watching this right now, you got to let me know. I can send you the invitation. But this piece of propaganda, your mystery at the bakery / local weed shop. Yeah, like why is mystery standing like hanging out the front of this bakery after hours? Oh, who's this other car that's popping up? Oh, they got into the car together. What are they doing? Just saying hello. Oh, and they're off again. So like this company is really tracking all that type of stuff. So we're gonna get into the weeds with this one, literally. Cheese Swiss and investigated. But yeah, we got this. I got put on this lead thanks to our Discord community. Avalava has been kind of spraying the chat recently, or Discord different channels, with information about this company, Flock Safety. And someone had written an article about flock safety and how they've had a recent kind of court decision go against them. And it's like, it was celebrating the fact that there's a win on the board against surveillance capitalism and the big surveillance capitalists out there. Morning, down with Thiel, very appropriate. We're actually looking at something that I believe Thiel actually has no part of, but it's very much in the surveillance capitalist wheelhouse. And he's probably kicked himself that he hasn't been part of it, because he seems to be part of everything else. But yes, down with Thiel and down with this little tech bro that started this company, can I just say, Flock Safety. Yeah, it seems like just a usual guy kind of thing. He wears his casual clothing, even though he's a billionaire like everyone else. But we can see through that facade, and we'll have a look at that today. But yeah, I was put onto this lead by Avalava. So it's a really good resource, Discord. So if you're over there, share your propaganda, check out other people's propaganda as well. It's really quite fruitful. So we're gonna keep the rich safe from flocks of paws. Yeah, I wonder what's the meaning behind the flock thing, flock safety, birds of a feather. And so if they distribute these cameras literally all over the United States, everyone can flock together safely and be monitored together as one big flock. But yeah, we're gonna have a look at how that all works. So I'm gonna give you a little introduction into this topic. It's by a tech company, I guess, or a tech review kind of company that looks at what flock safety does. It's a really quick one, just so we have an understanding. Then we'll kind of refresh surveillance capitalism, and then we're going to go investigate hardcore what flock is all about. So let's have a listen to this, just to wet your whistle.
So on day 0, we're going to turn every single law enforcement officer into Superman.
So that guy that you just saw there saying that he's going to turn every law enforcement officer into Superman doesn't sound nefarious at all. That's how I do want my law enforcement, not only to have monopoly over the use of violence, but I want them to be indestructible too. That sounds fucking lovely. Yo, give up your dinner to the toilet bowl. This topic maybe not tickle your fancy there. I hope that's what you're talking about. Maybe something else is going on. I don't know. But yes, that little that, yeah, that I don't know what to describe him as, but like, we'll get there. This guy saying that he's gonna make all cops into Superman. It just, nah, I'm sick today. Oh, okay. Well, it's just this rhetoric this guy uses makes me feel kind of sick. So yeah, I hope you are getting better. Hope you get better soon, mate. But yeah, this guy does make you sick. So if you're already prone to it, protect yourself and avert your eyes, children.
Day zero, we're going to turn every single law enforcement officer into Superman.
For AS in the house. Yo, 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 yo. What's up? What's up? What's up? We are checking out one of the main players in, or a big, an up and coming player potentially, but an important player in the American surveillance capitalist scene. And it is so interesting that in classic American style, of course, free market gods that they are, that yes, safety, so Flock Safety, this corporation that surveils America's populations primarily through their license plates, but like it could be more, could be less, I don't know. It's all being delivered through the free market, and so you would have people that criticize, like the Chinese or something like that for being authoritarian, and they're like, look, all the Chinese are surveilled all the time; they can't go anywhere without being tracked by Big Brother and the surveillance network. And like this is exactly what's happening in the US, but it's just being done through the private sector, so it's completely acceptable because someone's making money off it. Give up your queer president of the United States who enjoys a big, beautiful bill. That is fucking hilarious. Have you heard that somewhere, 4AS, or did you just make that up? That is hilarious. Trump loves a big, beautiful bill. That's so good. We've designed a Gook Gook t-shirt featuring Bubba and Trumpy Dumpty. That's so good. Trumpty Dumpty. That's hilarious. All right, back to it.
20-ish% of the time when that happens. 20
Yeah, it will never sound the same. Big, beautiful bill will never sound the same now.
percent of the time when that happens in America, Flock is the reason an arrest is occurring.
Did you hear that?
America,
What a stat.
20-ish% of the time when that happens in America, Flock is the reason an arrest is occurring.
20% of the time an arrest is made in America, Flock is behind it. That is an incredible capture there of that service. 1 in 5 arrests are thanks to some company out there who's decided that they will take it upon themselves to surveil the American population and, feed that service to local governments, municipal governments all around the states. Pretty crazy stuff.
Flock safety cameras collect data from every single vehicle that passes by. A federal law.
What do you mean gray areas? Like that's literally happening. They are tracking people for immigration, and Trump is rewriting the rules on people's political persuasion and classifying things like trans Tifa, being anti-capitalist, being anti-Christian, and being anti-American as a form of domestic terrorism. Sounds all muffled, is it? Can someone tell me if they're getting clear audio from me, or if it's potentially a localized issue with dilemmas. Sorry. Somebody, please report. I would like to know if you're getting the audio. Okay. It might be the YouTube video I'm watching, maybe. Somebody who's not lurking and can let me know if you can hear me. Test, test. 1, 2. Yo, yo, yo. Test, test. Anyone? Video. Oh, video audio is muffled. Oh, okay. Interesting. You're coming in clear. All right. I think it might just have been peaking just a minute ago. I'll turn it down.
We have to have law and order. We have to have a society that has a bedrock of safety. So then the question is, like, how do you do that in a way that still maintains American civil liberties and expectations? And we believe it is a function of people, policy, and technology. I am the technology part. I can't write the policy, and I'm not the person who's...
This stuff is so scary, though. No bueno. No good? Really? Can somebody else confirm if they're having the same issue? Please. There we go. Better. No bueno.
Who's going to enforce it? If you don't like the laws
shit
in a city, in a county or state, change who's getting elected.
This rhetoric that is this surveillance capitalist rhetoric, it's fucking scary.
We have to have law and we have to have law and order. We have to have a society that has a bedrock of safety.
Seems okay now? Okay, thanks. Thanks for confirming. Once it went to the bloke, it worked. We have to have law and order. We have to have that as the foundation for public safety. Who are these people to take this upon themselves to provide this law and order? This stuff is some scary, scary shit. Surveillance capitalism, man, it's next level capitalism. Honestly. It is the merging of the state and the private sector, which is objectively what you would describe fascism as. Not the ideological stuff, but an objective analysis of what fascism is the merger of the private sector and the state. And it will do so for some nefarious tasks, let's just say.
So then the question is, like, how do you do that in a way that still maintains American civil liberties and expectations? And we believe it is a function of people, policy, and technology. I am the technology part. I can't write the policy, and I'm not the person who's going to enforce it.
And what happens when they write the policy and they say this stuff is unacceptable, we don't want it anymore? You're just going to be the tech guy who goes, yeah, okay, that's fine. I'll just walk away from my multi-billion-dollar enterprise, shall I? No, you will lobby your government officials, your elected representatives, whoever it is, and then you will change the policy. People, policy, tech, get fucked.
If you don't like the laws in a city, in a county or state, change who's getting elected.
Change it, mate. Just do
but
it.
With the right restrictions, with the right safeguards, with the right oversight. And that's what we try to do at Flock, right? So we go in and say, we're not the lawmakers. I'm not the police chief of America. I'm just a technology guy. And so
I'm just tech guy. Hey, I didn't do anything wrong. Hey, if they use it wrong, that's not my problem.
I want to go to your mayor, your city council, and say, here are all the levers you can pull.
Yeah, all right. Well, that's like the glossy, here's the market insider look. We'll review products for you kind of understanding of what Flock Safety is. Do you have an understanding what it is now? No, not probably very well, but Flock Safety is literally a surveillance company. So it supplies cameras to almost the entirety of the US at the municipal council level. of governance. So wait, you can't hear her audio? Honestly? The woman speaking, the audio doesn't work? The fuck? That's weird. That's really weird. I wonder if this is going to keep happening with other videos. I'm going to put something on as a test. Cheese Swiss, can you tell me if it's working or not? It might just be this video. God, I hope it's this video. All the stuff that I wanted to watch today and show you. How are we going to control these sheep? We need AI to do it. What should we call it? Flock? Yeah, they won't connect the dots at all. Yeah, it's muffled. Interesting. Wonder why. On my monitoring it seems fine. All right, I'm going to try something else and just tell me if you have the same problems. Please, if you don't mind. So what we're going to, just quickly before we investigate flock anymore, yes, the flock that needs to be tended to, all the sheeple out there, we're going to get an understanding of what surveillance capitalism from the woman herself who introduced the world to this concept, which is surveillance capitalism. And yeah, if you, whoever is watching and able to respond, could tell me if surveillance capitalism is silencing this woman. Yeah, apparently. Far out. Wonder what that's about. All right, let's have a listen. And you tell me if you can hear her, for starters. For starters. Maybe we are all becoming easily based and now women just sound all muffled and quiet. Chalk a win for the far right.
I want to talk to you about surveillance capitalism, and I want to define it clearly so that we can refer to it, and you will feel confident that you understand what I'm talking about when I use that phrase. This form of capitalism could not succeed unless it was conducted behind a one-way mirror. Let me explain. So the capitalism and surveillance capitalism depended upon one really interesting discovery, one very powerful discovery, and one really big idea. So that discovery was that whenever a person is in any way brushing by the internet, they leave behind a trail of behavioral signals that are visible only to the machines. This is not the personal data that we choose to share. These are signals from our online activity, from offline activity.
Or
could
driving
be the tone
past,
of your voice, your patterns of life.
Driving past like a camera in the public domain. Crazy. Avalava says, I can hear it fine watching on YouTube. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Yeah, it's working. The silent treatment has ended. Okay, good to know. So like she's going through and defining what surveillance capitalism is. And in a world where there is tech and there is an internet of things, a broad network of telecommunications technology, and every time you can brush up against this system somehow and it can extract data from your interaction, whether purposeful or not, whether you're picking up your device to use it intentionally, or like I said, you're just driving past someone who sets up a camera on the side of the road and connects that to a broader surveillance network, you are creating data, you're creating value almost, but it's only valuable to those who have the technology, and they turn that technology into something for their own devices. Like they can market that somehow. They can turn it into a form of control and over you as well. They can manipulate your behavior because they know your movements. They need to turn it into value somehow, but that's only done with tech. As she said, the technology, the computers that can crunch data en masse, unlike any human could, and they can use that information after it is processed by the machinery to understand you better than maybe even you do, and watch you, predict what you're going to do, manipulate your behavior. This is the world of surveillance capitalism. It is tech-fueled control on a level that we've never seen before, and it's all based on a form of surveillance. Shoshana, baby, please. There it is, 4AS. I have to say it every time I put her on the screen. I do have to say it, I think. I know what Jag would be requesting if he was here.
The stoop of your shoulders, the direction of your gaze now as you drive your car. These are all behavioral signals captured without triggering user awareness, redefined as corporate assets, aggregated, analyzed, and computed for behavioral predictions. Behavioral signals with rich predictive value that nobody knows are there. They were discovered at Google in the heat of financial emergency. Even at Google, they didn't realize that they were sitting on top of all of this, what they used to call data exhaust. They just, they had this in their logs, and they flushed the logs, they threw all this away. They didn't understand its significance or its value. Okay, so that was the big discovery that they made. This stuff is super valuable. It can predict human behavior. Okay, but then came the big idea that would harness that discovery. And that's when they understood, and it began with Larry Page, one of Google's founders, that predictions of human behavior could be commodified, could be sold like commodities in futures markets in exactly the same way we sell pork belly futures or wheat futures or oil futures, any other commodity. Now, human-generated information could be aggregated, analyzed, and used to generate predictions that would be the new source of commodification that would found this new era of capitalism, right?
So this is what flock safety is doing. And I think it's a really good call Dilemmas has made before about the flock. Who's the flock? All of us sheep out there, and we're being monitored for our own safety. But like what she's speaking about here is the surveillance capability of this. You monitor people and you take their data and then you commodify that. So as the capitalist, this data is value in motion. It's value creation in motion. But to someone like me or you, like if we collect data on each other, for instance, like what the hell are we going to do with that information? I guess maybe we could use it for blackmail and extort one another, but like, you know, whatever. But like when you do it at scale with like these surveillance capitalists do with the information technology and the compute power that they have, they are able to process that information and turn it into a commodity. So again, we are producing value here. Just like in a usual capitalist system, you have workers that produce value and then a capitalist class who turns that into profit. They realize that value in the market. The surveillance capitalists are trolling the world for data, and then they will turn that information into a commodity, and a commodity is something that you can exchange on a marketplace. And flock safety, our dear shepherds who are here to protect us, they aren't commodifying this to, you know, particular, or maybe they are, but they're not particularly commodifying this stuff to sell to the private market and, like, you know, sell back to other people. They're selling it to police departments across the US. And again, like I had some people sarcastically coming in yesterday into the stream and was just like, why are you even looking at American stuff for, you Kiwi? Look, what happens in America for many of the Western nations or the people that are in the capitalist world system, what happens there does, you know, move out. They set the standard, and we will be getting this type of technology sooner or later, something like Flock, if we haven't got it already, with the surveillance cameras everywhere, but they're usually state-owned, state-sanctioned somehow. When I say state, I just mean they're owned by the government. They're run by a government service in order to provide some type of public good, in the public sphere. But this is all being done by a private company, a surveillance capitalist company, a techno-feudal company, potentially. I guess we'll find out. And so this stuff is coming, and it's coming to the world. So we should be across it. Instead of selling to separate councils or state groups, why don't they all band together as a union and negotiate for bulk camera services? Well, they could provide their own services, right? But that's the thing. In a good market system, you don't provide, or you don't get the government to provide bulk camera services with taxpayer money, where the market has a solution for that. And these people, Flock Safety, have definitely found a market response, and they're going to run with that market response and use the power that comes from the commodification of everyone's data and the resale of that back to the state. Because like the best jobs that you can get if you are a privateer is to land a government contract, because government contracts, they always pay, because they're backed by the taxpayer. So I don't think Flock Safety really wants to encourage a union of councils and state groups across America, because they want to dominate that little particular market there. That, or wait until it becomes surplus ministry hardware and it's sold to local agencies. So good. Police helicopters won't be needed once we have drones with weapons swapped for rubber bullets and pepper bombs. Well, it's Flock Safety. It's funny you say that. Flock Safety is in on that game. They were talking about before that they will deploy drones. Flock Safety deploys drones when they have the understanding that there's some type of crime or situation that would warrant emergency services. They detach their own fleets of drones to go and film that situation, so the cops have eyes on the ground before they have boots on the ground, let's say. So they're working on it. Squeeb, don't you worry. Let's not talk about how stupid and ridiculous these people are. Let's talk about how vile and vicious they are. Michael Parenti, the complete control they want is sickening. Let's not talk about how stupid and ridiculous these people are. Let's talk about how vile and vicious they are. Michael Parenti, so good. And like the way he speaks as well. Like when I was reading that, I can hear his voice in my mind. So good. Good quote. Just joined. But military is the front runner for the US police force. Yes. Let's get that battle-tested technology and turn it on local populations for their safety, of course. Always for their safety. All right. I'll let her finish.
The human is what was to be commodified. The click-through rate, you've heard of that. The click-through rate, invented at Google, became the first solid gold commodity market trading in human futures. It saved the company, and it launched the behavioral advertising industry.
All right, so that's a really brief, we have done hours of streams, I would say, over the last 9 months at least on this concept. But I just want to capture that for you as we go through and look at this nefarious ass company. Honestly, let's get, before I smear them, with my slander and my emotive behavior today. Let's see what they say about their company. What do they do? This is from their YouTube channel, Flock Safety, and they're going to explain what they do and how we stop crime and protect privacy. Okay.
We started Flock to eliminate nonviolent crime, and that's because 87% of crime goes unsolved throughout the US. It's not due to a lack of trying on the law enforcement side. It's because there's a lack of evidence. So we asked police across the nation, what is that critical factor that can help you solve more crime? And we heard time and time again, license plates are the critical missing piece.
70% of major crimes are committed with a vehicle, and license plates give police the lead they need to actually solve crime. And we saw that there was technology on the market that could solve that evidence gap, but the technology was large, very expensive. There was something that could work, but just didn't fit the need. We solved those problems with solar power, integrated cellular, and modern electronics to make the camera small and affordable so we can put this powerful technology in the hands of a regular neighborhood. So after 2.5 years...
So they got to the market, right? And they understood... So they've talked about there was a pressing need, okay? Beautiful market kind of narrative, as always. There was a pressing need. However, the market had failed. Law enforcement and state agencies across the country had only to choose from bulky and overpriced surveillance technology like cameras and certain infrastructure, and it just wasn't fit for purpose. So they engineered their own product, their own cameras that are solar powered, so no need for some type of full infrastructure program out there to wire all this sort of stuff up and disrupt the public domain. Just strap it to existing infrastructure, strap it to a pole, and it's got its own power source, and they've wired it up so it has cellular capabilities. It can be linked within a network and connected to quite easily. They just made it really incredibly easy, and they said it was all predicated on this idea, and originally, that crime, 70% of crime in the US involves a vehicle, and one of the things that was really holding the police back from being able to solve crime is this idea that they just can't get license plate numbers, so they can't follow things up. And so this altruistic multi-billion-dollar company, soon to be multi-billion-dollar, not at this point, but this altruistic company formed with one belief: to help fight crime and to make license plates available en masse for the police so we could all live a more secure and safer life.
Flock safety is in 36 states. We're working with several hundred police departments, and we're helping them solve 4 to 5 crimes an hour.
Privacy is very important to Flock, and we have done a lot to protect privacy of our customers. The consumer has all the access to the data. They can decide if they want to share that with just the HOA board or the residents of the entire community.
We make it really easy for you to pull footage in the event that a crime occurs. Because our solution is web-based, any authorized user can log in from a device that has internet access. Once inside the portal, you simply use our robust filtering features to either filter on date, time, vehicle attributes, or even partial plate number to get right down to the evidence you need in a few clicks. Armed with Flock footage, law enforcement now has the actionable evidence they need to solve crime. Flock cameras can be installed just about anywhere. What differentiates Flock from other automated license plate reading cameras is that we leverage solar plus battery, along with cellular for data communication, eliminating upfront costs.
So a Flock Safety license plate reading camera is a camera that takes pictures of all traffic in front of the camera, but our cameras go the extra step and look for identifying features like color of the vehicle, type of vehicle, make of vehicle, state of the license plate. And these identified features, which we call a vehicle fingerprint, help our police...
So they collect a vehicle fingerprint. So it's not just, hey, let's just make sure that somebody's... We've got the license plate details. They're collecting information about the car, obviously, if they're talking about supporting crime, criminal investigation, and police enforcement. They're trying to get as much detail as they can on some type of, I don't know, an assailant or somebody who's on the run. They take the details of the car as well. So there's a license plate and the state that it's registered in, and they're getting details about the car, the color, the make, the model, if it's got any defects on it as well. They're collecting data. This is not just, hey, let's scan your license plate number and see where that license plate was heading, and then we can map the journey throughout the city. No, this is about conglomerating information so you can have an extensive database and some type of data analytics service that can trawl through those data points and provide detailed services for the police. This is about profiling. This is about profiling and watching, surveilling. It's not just a service to help, the police solve 70% of that crime that slips through the cracks because they didn't have a license plate to follow. No. This is surveillance technology.
Customers quickly sort through
fingerprint.
thousands and thousands of vehicles to find the ones that they need to solve crime.
The great thing about the Flock Safety Camera is that it's affordable for any type of neighborhood or community.
Our mission is to eliminate nonviolent crime across the country. We can only do that by working with every neighborhood and every police department throughout the country. So please contact us so we can help you make your community safer.
Contact us and we'll make your community safer. There it is. You've heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. Now let's see how they integrate with the coppers. All right. And this is just the propaganda that they put out on their own website. So like, I'm not going into any further analysis here than, like I said, like the propaganda that they put out to help sell their own products. This is real-time policing in action with Flock Safety. This is how it works. Oh, they got comments turned off. Interesting. I'm here. You're queer. Let's all tell Palantir. Woo, go team. Welcome, Jerry Poppins. Good to have you. Did you get that through the filter? Yeah, you did. Oh, that's lovely. It's nice to have you. We are learning about some crazy company called Flock Safety in the US of A, and how it has one mission, and it wants to end crime in America. And they're going to do that by setting up a broad surveillance network and a series of services to the police forces of the US of A to help track down criminals and understand what's happening even before the police do. So it's on, sci-fi territory that we're moving into here, where there's eyes on the ground all over the place, and there are responses from companies, not the state, not some taxpayer-funded and regulated governmental organization, but companies. And the critique at the moment I'm hearing from people is because this is fairly new, there is not much regulation around this type of stuff. And it's all, like I'm insinuating here, with the sarcastic way I delivered that, is this is all provided by the market. So there is like one big corporation out there called Flock Safety, multi-billion-dollar enterprise that wants to basically control surveillance, police related surveillance in the US. Oh, lovely. They'll end crime with that technology. Let's do it. I feel like the market is solving this problem just in Ring camera footage, just like the footage the other day of someone firing an AK in Melbourne. How do I know? I know I feel safer. LOL. Yeah, interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, people capture stuff all the time, right? But like, do you feel safer about it? Well, this is the company. Flock Safety is not only going to get the police to you faster, because they'll let them know through all of their camera network everywhere. But they're also working on other things as well. Drones and other services to aid police get to crime where it's happening. So let's have a look at their other propaganda piece here, shall we?
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you very much. All right, I'm gonna go check in.
Okay, see you in a little bit.
Yo, it's a nice car, man.
Thanks, man.
Where are the keys?
I don't want any trouble, man. Oh my God. Just take it. I don't want any trouble, dude. They're in the car.
What happened? Are you okay?
911, what's your emergency?
Yeah, my car just got stolen.
Is anyone hurt?
We're good.
Call coming in.
What type of vehicle is it?
It's a tan Challenger.
Help is on the way.
Thank you.
Possible carjacking in the Creekside Inn.
Copy that. Launching drone.
Police have been dispatched. Officers are currently...
Air 1 is en route.
You watching? This is the future unfolding. It's just not like cyberpunk. It's set in the suburbs, so it looks like, I don't know, it looks respectable.
260, I'm en route.
Pulling the camera up.
Watch the South Park personal security video. Yeah, I haven't seen that in a long time. There's only one technology we need to solve crime, and it started with the Chinese inventing gunpowder. All right, Lice. Ring camera, dash cam, body cam, all lovely ideas, but the individual control those. This flock business is gayer than AIDS. Lovely criticism there. Interesting. Interesting. Has that feel, but with action, action, action.
The hotel. I'm checking the recorded video. Arctic 1D units. The vehicle has black racing stripes. Suspect description is white male, red shirt, black hoodie.
Run that vehicle through freeform.
AI-powered evidence search. Hey? So they're doing the LLM thing too. They'll crunch your data for you.
I got the plate. I'm adding it to the hot list now.
1580, en route from Birch and 9. ETA 1 minute.
There it is.
That tag just hit on Maple and 5th.
Air 1 to units. I'm en route.
There's the camera. So the camera's the thing that's caused all the controversy, but like, you know, they started with license plates and look at them now. Drones, LLMs, police response in real time.
30 seconds out.
260, I'm rerouting.
Air 1 to units. I have visual on the suspect vehicle.
Corporate shepherds for flock safety. There it is.
Direction of travel southbound on Elm Street, approaching 2nd.
1580 to 260, I'm right behind you.
The suspect vehicle is pulling to the park on Maple and 5th.
3260 headed towards the east entrance.
Suspect vehicle has stopped at the east end of the park. Suspect is still in the vehicle.
Police, let me see your hands. Open the door. Step out of the vehicle. Face away from us. Back up. All right, on the ground. On the ground. All right, got you covered.
3261 in custody.
In critical moments, every second shapes the outcome. This is real-time policing, and it happens just like in the ads, children. Don't you forget it. There it is, flock safety. What they don't tell you, those agents will be replaced with heavy offshore accent call center or AI. Yeah, that's the like the call will come into AI soon enough. Tell me what your problem is. Have you tried turning it off and on again? I haven't trusted a shepherd since the betrayal in Call of Duty. I don't know the reference, sorry. Why can't my car just remotely disable itself instead of all of this other tech? That's so funny. But what if the driver was black? Drone strike? Yeah, they don't get out of the car. They just send the drones in. Exactly, right? That's the thing with the new cars. They can just turn the car off. They don't need all this drama. But that drama is products and services that they can commodify. That's right. And so like it would have been a much simpler video if they're just like, yes, we have located the vehicle. It's in a safe spot. We're turning the car off now. And done. And that's the end of the video. So this is flock safety. And like I said, this has been rather controversial in the States. People have been speaking about this a lot from a, not even a public safety angle. It's from a civil liberties perspective. Like this technology is out in the streets, run and owned by a public company. A private company. And it's not, well, you buy the product kind of thing. As far as I understand, and we'll get into the weeds of this, but it's not, hey, you buy the camera and then you control it. So if you're a police department or a local government, you buy the cameras and you run it. No, you need their servers, you need the network that they're connected to. So Flock Safety owns all of these cameras. They own all of these cameras in, what is it, like 6,000 local governments around the US. So they've got like 80,000 cameras or something like that scattered around the country tracking people. And the argumentation is from these tech bros, these techno-feudalists, these surveillance capitalists is like, look, we provide the product, they buy it off us, but we operate it for the state. Then we maintain it because, we want to make sure that somebody's looking after this equipment, it doesn't fall into disrepair. It's best for us to do that. But, it's their data at the end of the day. We just provide the camera, we provide the technology, so the means of production. They get to control what happens with the data. It's got nothing to do with us. We're not surveilling people. We don't care what people are up to. If people want to do whatever they want to do out in the public domain and drive wherever they want, we're not collecting data on that. But we are facilitating somebody else using that data, and it's up to them what they do with that data at the end of the day. So they can wash what the flock safety defense is. They wash their hands of any actual surveillance. They just provide the tech. That's literally all they do. Fact. The cameras are real. The situation is real. Future of Cops TV show. Wait, do you know where the tech actually will be used? Not for us at home, but for self-server registers and adjacent car parks. Send the cops. He pocketed the third juice cup and forgot to scan it. Go to protect people from these unfriendly types breaking the law. Yeah, that's probably funny, isn't it? They'll be, self-served, registered, and adjacent and car parks. Yeah, this person just stole a loaf of bread. Get him. Throw him into a penal colony somewhere. Always remember the private military contractors are the ones that make the nukes. Keyword, private. Yeah, interesting. All right, so like I said, this is very controversial because people are worried about this. From a civil liberties perspective, people are worried about, what it means to have these cameras all around, watching people all the time and tracking them, stealing potentially their information, I guess you would say. They are particularly concerned from that perspective. So this is a video by the Institute for Justice in America, and like they've put out kind of a promo. Or a short video detailing a current legal case that is being brought before the Supreme Court, I believe. And it's just a concerned resident, the type of person that Flock is supposedly saving with this technology, a concerned resident who just doesn't want to be tracked, and like started seeing these things pop up in his local neighborhood and was like, what the fuck is this? Why is this happening? I'm tracing his IP. He tried to download a car. Dilemma as Joseph Emerson, an off-duty Alaska Airlines pilot, was charged with attempted murder after allegedly trying to shut down the engines of a plane while under the influence of magic mushrooms. Slap on the wrist. That's crazy. Wow. White. Right. Got it. I see the reference. All right, check this out. This is where the public backlash is coming from. It's like I said, it's centered around this discussion about whether we should be monitored or not. Like, do you think we should be monitored or not? Should that technology be controlled by a private company? If we are going to be monitored, what are the ramifications of that? Who should be responsible for it? Should it be governments that are held to account because, ostensibly anyway, because we vote people in, like they were talking about before? If you don't like the policy or you don't like having these cameras around, then just vote for the right person. Engage yourself in the political process. Participate, and then you can change laws. I just do the cameras, okay? I just do the tech. What people do with that stuff, it's up to them and policymakers. Like this guy is taking it upon himself to challenge that system. And again, on the grounds of civil liberties. It's a big argument. It's a big discussion point in America. State overreach is a real thing. They've set up their constitution to really guard themselves from state overreach. For a big part. This is the Hilmer defense. And what is the Hilmer defense? Exactly. I was just following orders, right? Okay. Yeah. Well, it's similar to that, isn't it? He's just like, look, I just provide the technology. I had no idea what they were going to use it for. Apart from the way that we marketed it to them and set up these specialized services so that they could do that exact thing.
In Norfolk, Virginia, police know everywhere you drive. They can
Let's
tell.
go check out Norfolk, Virginia, shall we? I wonder if it's a really nice, quaint place. Let's have a look. Ah, it looks nice. Can you see that? Yeah. There's Norfolk, Virginia. Oh, it's like a nice little coastal town, I guess you'd say. Coastal city. Yeah, nice place. Interesting. Yeah, it's kind of inland, I guess, on the river. All right, there's some context for you.
In Norfolk, Virginia, police know everywhere you drive. They can tell when you're driving to work, picking up your kids from school, or going to a doctor's appointment. And many residents aren't happy about it.
My name's Lee Schmidt, and I live in Norfolk, Virginia. I was stationed originally in Norfolk on board the USS Bainbridge, and I retired here just recently. So I was stationed on Little Creek. I was driving to work, and I started driving by these little cameras on poles. And while I was sitting at a stoplight waiting to get it to work one day, I took a picture of one. And I reached out to my local council people with the photo of one, just kind of asked, what were they? Well, I got a response back saying that they were the flock cameras, and I started to do a bit of research on them, and I really realized how intrusive they were.
In 2023, Norfolk Police partnered with a tech company called Flock Safety to install more than 170 automatic license plate reader cameras throughout the city. These cameras are different from automatic license plate reader cameras throughout the city. These cameras are different from a red light camera or speed camera, which are triggered by a specific violation. They watch every car that drives by.
You can actually create a traceable path of the car moving through the city as long as it's being picked up by the flock cameras.
Correct. And it would be difficult to drive anywhere of any distance without running into a camera somewhere.
I don't like being tracked every day. I don't like when I drive by the intersection here at Ward's Corner, then being able to tell which way I'm going. There's 4 cameras there. When I researched the cameras, I did learn about them using artificial intelligence. That when you drive by them, it's not just a snapshot of your license plate number. It reads the demographics of your vehicle. It's a brown car, it's got fender damage, and then it can build a profile of where you've been, and that tracking ability is quite nerve-wracking.
Once it uploads driver's information to the cloud, Flock uses AI to create a fingerprint police can use to track the same vehicle as it moves through the city. Flock says its cameras are in more than 5,000 communities across 47 states. Norfolk's police chief commented that the use of Flock cameras in neighboring cities creates a, quote, curtain of technology. Flock's cameras store the data.
What a scary concept that is. A curtain of technology. So there's a literal sheet that they throw over a certain area, and anyone that's under the guise of those cameras, law enforcement can figure out where you're coming and where you're going. It's not just within that specific community, but if you're traveling over multiple regions, they can watch you and they can track your movements. But like, it has to be under that curtain of technology. The new Iron Curtain, anyone? Yeah, it's an interesting concept, isn't it? People are against digital display price tags. Means, in theory, you can price things in stores based off the person in the store. That's crazy. Tracking this stuff about a car, etc., is the same deal. Knowing which cars are likely to have undesirables. As I was interesting, he used the word demographics. He's like, oh, they know the demographics of your car. Like, what does the demographics of your car mean? But like, particular cars, it's like cops will go. So the urban legend says, they will go after particular models and cars that are, red over cars that are white or something like that. And they look for particular features in vehicles as well when pulling people over. Demographic of the occupant. Yeah, more like it. It's a modern color chart. Yeah. Yeah, demographic of the car is an interesting way of putting it. But like it would be associated with the type of person, the occupant themselves, right?
Collect, and police can access it without a warrant.
There's no...
Dude, that's an interesting point as well. Like the Americans really are heavy on this stuff. I think most liberal societies are, but they, you got a warrant, asshole. Like the cops have the ability to use this system that's connected to a database, that is connected to multiple databases of, and like you saw the image there. He said this operation is in 5,000 communities across the US. And so whatever the word community means, but let's just say that's in 5,000 municipal areas within the US. And you can call up this information if you are connected to this database. So primarily, let's just say that it's just for law enforcement and no one else can get access to it. Let's just benefit of the doubt this one. If you can get access, you can pull up people's information, the details of these cars at a whim. There is no regulation over this at the moment. And so, protecting the person, protecting their sovereignty, allowing them to move across the public domain and exist without being watched by the state, that's gone with this type of stuff. Because, police don't even really have to do anything, like have a justification for why they're looking up this information. If you've got access to the database, you can just look up anyone and get information about them, which has ramifications for safety in and of itself. People can get access to databases even if they've got the authority. There are still, just because somebody's got the authority to access a database doesn't mean they're going to use it in the right way. They could use it for their own personal gain. They could just use it for some pretty fucked up shit. Who knows? And if there are no regulations, any audits around this technology, who the knows how they're really using this data, or who's actually going to get access to it ultimately.
Controls on how it can be used. Someone can go out and pull that data whenever they want if they just don't like you. There's no limits or requirements on how often it's audited to see when the police officers have pulled up the information.
In Kansas, police were caught using flock cameras to stalk their exes. In California, police department flock cameras.
Kansas police chief used flock license plate cameras 164 times to track ex-girlfriend. This is mental. This is what I'm saying. Like, people could just use shit, like this type of technology, for their own personal use. And so, like, there's no actual guardrails, as they say, around this technology because it's new. And like, this is the least of, your concerns at the end of the day. That's a private matter. But like, what would the state be using this for in terms of repression powers? I'm just trying to verify a case in Kansas where a police officer used access to flock safety cameras database to monitor their ex-girlfriend and her movements. Can you assist with that, please? It does say Kansas, right? Yeah, it does. Well, look at all the places it's searching. It's crazy. I can verify a short summary first, then sources, next steps, so you can take. The officer was Lee Nygaard, then chief of Cedric, Kansas Police Department. I can't believe he's given us this information. My God. He resigned in October 2023 amid misconduct. The Kansas Commission on Peace Officers Standards and Training issued a summary order of the revocation finding Nygaard used Sedgwick Department's flock system to run a license plate of his ex-girlfriend 164 times and her new boyfriend 64 times. My God. Philippe is the official document of the factual findings. Yep. That's crazy. Wow. So you got a personal vendetta. Watch out for the authorities, say. Are you saying people in authority positions will use technology to pursue their self-interests? Because that's never happened before. No. But now with incredible sophistication, eh? No, look, I think that they can, like, you can have this technology if it's regulated and potentially, owned by the public service themselves. I'm not saying that people won't utilize it to their own ends, but it'd be way more difficult. But this is privatized and unregulated at the moment. So there aren't standards around this stuff.
To stalk their exes. In California, police departments may have violated state law by sharing their flock data outside the state. And similar databases have been hacked, revealing private data that was offered up for sale on the dark web.
And I'm worried about someone getting in and getting that data and access to the cameras and to be able to know if I'm home or if I'm out of the state. Is it a good time to break into my home? Is it a good time to...
That's pretty crazy, isn't it? That's a pretty fucking crazy idea. Imagine that. If someone was selling your flock safety data online and they wanted to know via your license plate details, because they could get that through some other type of government search, or if they've interacted with you before on the roads. If you're in the state or not, it's oh, fuck, Mr. E's not home. Let's break in and take his shit. Good luck to you. Got nothing of value for you. But hey, they could still break in. And they'd know that I wouldn't be around to do anything about it.
Track my wife. The amount of abuse that can be done by just tracking my vehicle is pretty grave.
This type of prolonged warrantless surveillance is unconstitutional. The Supreme Court has ruled the prolonged use of cell phone location data to follow someone is a search that requires a warrant. And the federal court that covers Norfolk ruled that Baltimore's use of surveillance planes to monitor the city was an illegal, warrantless search. Tracking people everywhere they go is a search, and giving the police arbitrary power to track everyone in Norfolk is unreasonable. That's why Lee Schmidt has teamed up with IJ to file a federal lawsuit challenging the constitutionality of this surveillance program.
With this lawsuit, I hope to end the illegal and unconstitutional surveillance. I hope that my kids don't have to be illegally surveilled, and I hope that other people don't fall to the abuses of the surveillance.
Yeah, remember Ring cameras was a way of telling if someone was home or not? Do you hear the ringing in the house? Regulated, well-regulated militia, so not regulated at all in the American sense. Yeah, look, it's scary times. Scary times. All right, so that is what people are worried about in terms of their civil liberties under attack. So what we're going to have a look at now. Actually, let's go. I'll have a quick read of an article. We've looked at these people before. I think they're interesting. You should check them out. You can subscribe, but I tried to subscribe once to their newspaper. It didn't work. They weren't able to take my details for some reason. But this is Electronic Frontier Foundation. They seem to be kind of a watchdog, some type of an organization, an outfit that criticizes the tech industry and tries to keep them to account. And I think they don't just do that in terms of watching them from a journalistic sense. I think they actually are an organization that takes people to court and tries to litigate over issues. So Washington court rules that data captured by flock safety cameras are public records. So this is 12th of November. This is why this has come up, I think, in our radar and on the Discord community, thanks to Avalava bringing us to mind, to bringing this to our attention. And I think that's why this has come up, because very, very recently, like last week, a Washington court has ruled that the data captured by the flock safety cameras are now public records. And so they are public records that they can be accessed by the public through a Freedom of Information request, which is a big thing, being able to get access to public records. And so this changes potentially the game on how the surveillance stuff is going to be monitored and used. And this will change the game on how government organizations will be using this. At the moment, it's really done at the local and the municipality level. And so they hire or they subcontract out to Flock Safety. And then like Flock Safety kind of runs the cameras that monitor their city, let's say, their region. And like so far, that's been an in-house job. They've kept that information for a certain period of time. They keep that data for a certain period of time, depending on the local rules. So maybe it's 7 days, maybe it's 30 days, maybe it's longer than that. Maybe they keep it for a few years. But they keep that information so it can be used by the government service. But people have been trying to get access to this stuff to try and figure out if they are being inappropriately surveilled, if their civil liberties are under attack. And this, it's been kind of a grey area as to whether or not this can be looked at under Freedom of Information requirements. And so a Washington court has ruled that this is something that the public should have access to, which is interesting. A Washington state trial court has shot down local municipalities' effort to keep automated license plate reader data secret. The Skagit County Superior Court in Washington rejected the attempt to block the public's right to access data gathered by flock safety cameras, protecting access to information under Washington Public Records Act. Importantly, the ruling from the court makes it clear that this access is protected even when a Washington city uses Flock Safety, a third-party vendor, to conduct surveillance and store personal data on behalf of a government agency. The Flock images generated by Flock cameras are public records, the court wrote in its ruling. Flock camera images are created and used to further a governmental purpose. The Flock images created by the cameras located in Stanwood and Sedro-Woolley were paid for by Stanwood and Sedro-Woolley and were generated for the benefit of Stanwood and Sedro-Woolley. This is interesting. They're being paid for by taxpayer money, and then like the question really is, should that be available then on the public record through a Freedom of Information Act? Freedom of Information request. The city's move to exempt the records from disclosure was a dangerous attempt to deny transparency and reflects another problem with the massive amount of data that police departments collect through Flock cameras and store on Flock servers. This is the thing, right? The question is, now the argument that we saw from the CEO before was, hey, I just make the tech and people can do whatever the fuck they want with it. I don't do anything with the data. Well, look, they're not only collecting it through their infrastructure and then just relaying it to the government, uploading it onto, I don't know, some state or government organization's website, and it's like, here's all the material that's been downloaded today or been uploaded today from the cameras all over the city. Here's your information. We'll see you later. They store on the Flock servers. I wonder if they're associated with AWS. I wonder if they went down the other week when AWS went down. Does Flock Safety contract out or outsource to a third party for server services, like to AWS, for instance? Yes, Flock Safety outsources its data storage to a third-party cloud service, specifically AWS. Fuck me dead. AWS controls everything, man. Sorry, houses. Sorry, use the right terminology. According to Flock's privacy policy, footage from their LPR license plate reader devices is transmitted and stored on Amazon Web Services. The data is encrypted in transit and at rest, of course. Customer data, and this is from their privacy policy. So, like, you know, legitimate source, I guess you could say. Speaking of constitutions, I shared a stream on Discord about your constitutional history. I recommended people give it a chance, lol, and a listen. Dr. Reynolds has some interesting takes and receipts. Sorry, you shared this on... Speaking of constitution, I shared a stream on Discord about your constitutional history. Interesting. One with Rennick, I think. I might have called myself a Rennictarian. I don't really hear anything he proposes I disagree with. I think we've spoken about Rennick before as well. And we like looked through like Rennick's like policies on his website and stuff. Interesting. Oh, so you shared this on Discord. Which stream was that? Do you remember what the name of the stream was? When did we go through constitutions? I feel like I speak about constitutions a lot though. Like off the cuff. As opposed to doing a whole stream about it, I'm not sure. Law enforcement, CGIS data. For CGIS sensitive data, law enforcement level data, Flock Safety states they store that in the AWS government cloud. I didn't even know AWS had its own separate government cloud. That's crazy. Interesting. I wonder if they were affected by the outage recently. Yeah, off the cuff earlier. Okay. Interesting. Thanks for sharing. I do appreciate it. Like, the sharing stuff really helps. That's how social media works, right? I put in the general chat. Thank you very much. Oh, this stuff here. Right. Got it. The Hard Yarns podcast. Yeah. Rennick exposing Australia's politics, net zero, etc., etc. All right, cool. Thank you, sir. All right, now let's have a look. Interesting. Of course, AWS, man. Where were we? Where was the article? Where did I put the article? I would like to know more. Yeah, here we go. The wiggle room cities. So, where were we? Massive amounts of data the police departments collect through Flock cameras and store on Flock servers, not Flock servers. Yeah, I only found that podcast today, but I see Rennick. I click, I watch. I would like to know more. The wiggle room cities seek when public data is hosted on private company servers. That's interesting, isn't it? So, like, if you don't house the data yourself and it's off to a third party and a private company server, should the public get access to that? That's a really interesting legal question, isn't it? Flock Safety's main products is the ALPRS, the camera systems installed throughout communities to track all drivers all the time. Privacy activists and journalists across the country recently have used public records requests to obtain data from the systems, revealing a variety of controversial uses. This has included agencies accessing data for immigration enforcement and to investigate an abortion. What the fuck? What's that about? How do you investigate an abortion using that? Flock Safety in Texas sheriff claimed license plate search was for a missing person. It was an abortion investigation. New documents recorded by EFF show that Texas deputies queried Flock Safety surveillance data in an abortion investigation. In an abortion investigation, contradicting the narrative promoted by the company and Johnson County Sheriff that she was being searched for as a missing person and that it was about her safety. The information shows that deputies had initiated a death investigation of a non-viable fetus, logged evidence of a woman's self-managed abortion, and consulted prosecutors about possibly charging her. Johnson County Sheriff Adam King repeatedly denied the automated license plate reader search was related to enforcing Texas's abortion ban, and Flock Safety called media accounts false, misleading, and clickbait. However, according to a sworn affidavit by the lead detective, the case was in fact a death investigation in response to a report of an abortion. Oh my God. Like, it's such a crazy place, isn't it? Like, going after people, using all of this technology to go after someone because they had a, what was it? A self-managed abortion. Crazy place, man. Gonna go after the real criminals, right? Interesting. It was generally so interesting during the Harbour Bridge rally seeing the New South Wales Police tweeting pics of the HQ where you can see all the screen cams they have access to. Eh? All the street cams, yeah. And then like the reason that they used to shut down the event as well, because it was going to be a crusher event. And so they stopped everyone who was on a bridge and told them all to turn around and filtered them down like a staircase, which didn't, contribute to a potential crusher event. There's some interesting actions, the New South Wales Police, that's for sure. Or interesting takes on things. In this case, a member of the public in April filed a records request with Flock customer, the city of Stanwood, for all footage recorded during a 1 hour period in March. Shortly afterwards, Stanwood and another Flock user, the city of Cedra Woolley, requested that the court rule that the data is not a public record, asserting that data generated by Flock automated license plate reader cameras and stored in Flock cloud system are not public records unless and until a public agency extracts and downloads the data files. What a mad technicality. Until we use it, it's not public information. If a government agency is conducting mass surveillance, EFF supports individuals' access to data collected specifically on them at the very least. And to address legitimate privacy concerns, government can and should redact personal information in these records while disclosing information about how the systems work and the data that they capture. This isn't what these Washington cities offered, though. They tried a few different arguments against releasing any information at all. Why be so guarded about it? Maybe they don't have the resources to trawl through an hour-long video footage and redact private information. It's way too much of a job. It's something that AI can do. You probably get them to set up a system where it redacts information. Roll call. Late, but not never. Yo, yo, yo. Do you know anything about this? We're looking at flock safety, the flock safety phenomenon. We've been led down this interesting trail by none other than keeper of the stream chat, Avalava. He was dropping some interesting propaganda, I think yesterday, potentially. And I saw something as well, like Dr. Nathan raided out last night into a channel of like some Irish streamer or something, and he had something on his screen with regards to this company, Flock Safety. And so it seems to be a point of discussion at the moment. But like, we're looking at things from a surveillance capitalist lens. And this is just an crazy example of the abilities and the reach of the surveillance capitalists out there. And so, a lot of the argumentation about surveillance cameras, I think in Australia, really, has been over, kind of potentially private use. So people putting up security cameras in their house, and whether that dips into the public domain or like intrudes on somebody else's privacy of the next door neighbors, et cetera, and whether that's acceptable. But then the other discussions is like, surveillance cameras on public property that is being run by governmental agencies. But like what we have here with Flock, no, but I would like to know more. Yeah, what we have here with Flock, which is interesting, is they are a private company that provides this service across the United States, and they own and operate the technology, but then they kind of, lease it out, like rent, like this techno-feudalist surveillance capitalist stuff, right? They rent it out, I guess you would say, to law enforcement. And then the law enforcement gets to trawl through their reams of data and track people as they move through cities and regions and maybe even across state boundaries. And they can figure out where people are, what they're doing, and where they're going. If you conglomerate that with data, like, get stuff from someone's social media, get something from their email account, maybe they have one of those calendars that helps organize their day, and they've got their appointments and stuff, and then you conglomerate that and cross-reference that with safety Flock camera footage of them driving, where they are, what they're doing in the car as well, like them going, like the person said, oh, I'm dropping the kids off at school, and then I'm going to my dentist appointment, and then I'm going to go meet up with my mistress or the person that I'm conducting an affair with at the moment, and that can be used to blackmail you in the future, or just a general invasion of your privacy, let's say. All I can think about is now the interview we saw last week of Alex Karp, and like he kept on referencing when people are upset about the privacy invasion of Palantir. It was just like, what if you're having multiple affairs, like kind of thing. Like all of these examples revolved around people having affairs and that being an intrusion of their privacy. Jet B's in the house, yo. No, actually, I read comments out of yours before. I wonder how much footage and data that cops are running through facial recognition in Oz. That's interesting. I was looking into that before, and we seem to have, under our Privacy Act from the 1990s, I believe, we seem to have controls over facial recognition technology being used in Australia by private companies. I don't know if that means that the government, again, doesn't have the right to do that. They've probably got plenty of those laws, especially under the name of the T word, terrorism. They'd probably be able to do that. Especially in important and designated areas like airports, I would say. But like private companies, no. Private companies are not supposed to be using facial recognition technology in Australia, apparently. So Clearview AI, which is a company that was, lo and behold, not founded by, but given venture capital by none other than my friend and yours, Peter Thiel. Clearview AI is a AI system that basically is all about facial recognition technology and biometric data sweeping, and it connects itself to surveillance networks across a given area and will provide surveillance and facial recognition services. And they got in trouble in like 2021, I want to say. Clearview AI was trawling Australian social media to get a database of all Australian citizens it could get its hands on, so it could get biometric profiles of Australian citizens. Then it could use its technology, its Clearview facial recognition technology, and start selling that, I guess, on the world market or to Australians specifically. And they got busted trawling through Australian social media accounts without the permission under the Privacy Act. And they were kind of like, oh, whoops. And the Australian government was trying to decide under the regulator, the privacy commissioner, whether or not they should chase Clearview AI, and they kind of just let it go, which is weird. Like, they have the act and the legislation to stop Clearview AI and demand kind of repercussions for it, and they just let them go. And so we don't actually know if Clearview AI is still operating in Australia and like on Australian social media accounts and trawling data and taking all of our biometrics. So all of our biometric data could be on an American database somewhere called Clearview AI, that it supposedly got data, biometric data on like 50 billion data sets and profiles it's taken to kind of to build up the biggest facial recognition and biometrics database in the world, apparently. And it has been busted doing stuff that it shouldn't have been doing in Australia. So we are probably all, as Australians, and like I guess other people around the world as well, this probably happens to a lot of countries. That's how Clearview builds up its database and provides the best surveillance service. But we're all on a database somewhere, a facial recognition database somewhere in the US with Clearview AI. And so, like, are those companies using that technology though in Australia? No idea. We'll only find out once somebody publishes the wrong document, or some investigative journalist goes through and finds something out, I guess. Also, wild that so many cameras use AWS Amazon and everything becomes backdoor accessible if someone accidentally trips a circuit or up, and an update patch halfway across the world. Yeah, I know, right? Also, a lot of camera systems run off Microsoft XP still, and most global point of service systems. And it wasn't too long ago that the XP source code was leaked. Oh my God. Like, I can imagine government contracting a private company and just calling their work government contract work as a workaround to that facial recognition privacy law. Like, how was Bunnings doing it? Yeah, interesting. So wait, Bunnings was busted doing facial recognition stuff? I think like on private property, it's that's the thing. Like if you're using facial recognition technology on private property, that might be a completely different field. But whether or not they should be using facial recognition technology in public spaces, I think is up for debate. But what Clearview got busted for was just trawling social media and building up profiles on everyone. So like when they decide to go public, or somebody decides to use their service, they're like, yeah, we've already got everyone. We know how to identify someone like that instantaneously. They walk down the street, we know exactly who they are. Don't you worry about them. The contract between the city of Cedron, Woolley, and Flock Safety clearly states that as between Flock and customer, all right, title, and interest in the customer data belong to and are retained solely by the customer, and customer data is defined as the data, media, and content provided by customer through the services. For the avoidance of doubt, the customer data will include the footage. Other Flock using police departments across the country have also relied on similar contract language to insist that footage captured by Flock cameras belongs to the jurisdiction in question. The contract language notwithstanding, officials in Washington attempted to restrict public access by claiming that the video footage stored on Flock servers and requests for that information would constitute a generation of a new record. That's interesting. This part of the argument claimed that an information that was gathered but not otherwise accessed by law enforcement, including thousands of images taken every day by the agency's 14 Flock ALPR cameras, had nothing to do with government business, would generate a new record and should not be the subject of a records request. The city shut off their Flock cameras while the litigation was ongoing. That's crazy. If you own less than a meter of sidewalk in front of you, does that count as facial recognition on private property if they walk past? Well, I would argue, and I actually used to make this argument when I worked in government, that the public realm shouldn't be openly surveilled by private entities. And I was trying to manage situations to get surveillance cameras pointed away from public places as much as possible. And I was laughed out of a meeting by my director at the time and told to get out of the room. And I was being overzealous. I think that they just wanted to look good in front of the developer in question, because they probably wanted a job off them in the future. But like, I think, yes, if you've got the technology and your camera overlaps into the public realm, they're definitely going to be looking at people. Right, dumpster divers are going to get screwed because it's illegal if the bin is out on the street, but legal if the bin's out on the street, but illegal if it's 30 centimeters into the driveway on private property. Yeah, yeah. Just pull the bin onto the public property, then go for it. I saw that. I saw you pull the bin across. The city threw another reason for withholding information at the wall to see if it would stick, claiming that even if the court found the data collected on flock cameras are in the public record, the city should still be able to block the release of the requested 1 hour footage, either because all of the images captured by flock cameras are sensitive investigation material, or because they should be treated the same way as automated traffic safety cameras. EFF is particularly opposed to this line of reasoning. In 2017, the California Supreme Court sided with the EFF and the ACLU in a case arguing that the license plate data of millions of law-abiding drivers collected indiscriminately by police across the state are not investigative records that law enforcement can keep secret. Notably, when Stanwood Police Chief Jason Toner made his pitch to the City Council to procure the flock cameras in April 2024, he was adamant that the ALPRs would not be the same as traffic cameras. That's hilarious. Flock safety cameras are not red light traffic cameras, nor are they facial recognition cameras. Chief Toner wrote at this time, adding that the system would be a force multiplier for the department. Interesting. It's a bit of a crossroads here, which I think is the main point. Like, they are putting cameras out there, like the city is putting out cameras out there, that your local government representatives are authorizing cameras that are paid for by the public purse to monitor people, to help out with policing. That's what flock safety has pitched itself as. A way, the founder of this company said that he wants to end crime in America. 70% of crime in the US is done with an associated vehicle, and most of that crime cannot be really attended to because the police don't have the license plate information. So they started up the company to support law enforcement. And so they've been going around the country pitching this stuff to law enforcement all around the country. They've got 5,000 cities on board across the nation, and they're setting up a curtain of networked surveillance basically across parts of the country. I think there's only 3 states that weren't down with this. And so if they're surveilling people on behalf of law enforcement and trying to keep up public safety, why not allow people to get access to that from the public record? I don't understand why they would want to vet that and stop people getting access to that information. What are they so scared about? Like, apart from the fact that it's a logistical nightmare, like, imagine if everyone, not everyone, but like if a lot of people started coming up and asking to see footage of any time that their car has been monitored by this system. That would be a logistical nightmare to try and provide that information to people from a governance perspective. But apart from that, why would they not want to release that footage? What are they worried about? That's what I want to know. In Illinois, the Secretary of State conducted an audit of flock use within the state and found the flock safety system was facilitating Customs and Border Protection access in violation of state law. And in California, the Attorney General recently sued the city of El Cajon, for using flock to illegally share information across state lines. Interesting. Police departments are increasingly relying on third-party vendors for surveillance, equipment, and storage for the terabytes of information they are gathering. Refusing the public access to this information undermines public records laws and the assurance that the public has received when police departments set these powerful spying tools loose in the streets. While it's great that these records remain public in Washington, communities around the country must be swift to reject similar attempts at blocking public access. Will the Optimus Tesla robots gonna stop crime using Flock AI cameras? Eh? Yeah, that's right. They're gonna monitor you and report on you. Like, they're gonna watch everything that you do and stop you from committing crimes. That was the thing that Musk said, right? It was like, they're going to be watching you, and if there's going to be a robot with you all the time watching what you're doing, you're not going to do the wrong thing. Remember studying Chinese facial recognition implemented in the US at uni? The training data had like 3 black people in it, so it had no idea to do with anyone with melanin, and the wrong people got clocked. Yes, I've heard about this. Like, China has a really sophisticated system like this, but it's all trained on Chinese data, and they've got a lot of data to work with as well. But it's all based on data that they have access to, and so it's very, very specific to their needs and their own environment. It's interesting. Yeah, wow. All right, so have I watched? Oh my God. All right, so enough trashing this poor company, Flock Safety. You should all be ashamed of yourselves. They're a legitimate enterprise and they have the right to exist. Let's have a look at what this CEO has to say for himself, shall we?
Okay, you're the CEO of Flock Safety.
That's right.
Let's talk about your background. I want to hear a little bit about
Doesn't he look like a
how
tech
Flock
bro as
Safety
well?
began.
Yeah. Just casual. I'm a billionaire, but I wear like, casual, semi-formal shirts, and I have like skatey shoes on. Hey, look at that. Exposing a little bit of ankle. It's just a regular guy. Let's do this.
Okay, you're the CEO of Flock Safety.
That's right.
Let's talk about your
right.
background. I want to hear a little bit about kind of how Flock Safety began.
Yeah, so about 7 years ago, like a lot of people probably watching, I was just a guy sitting at my house, and the following night, a bunch of cars got broken into. And in a place like Atlanta, if you break into 10 F-150s, inevitably you're going to find a firearm. And so it's pretty good business if you're a gang. And when the Atlanta Police Department came to our neighborhood, they said, sorry, like we can't do anything. And I was pretty confused. I'm an engineer. This seemed like a pretty solvable problem. And when I looked at the national data, it's about 9 out of 10 times when you break into a car, break into a home, you get away with it. So Atlanta wasn't...
He's ready for the flood with those high waters. Yeah, bro. This is tech bro apparel. Eh? And he's just a regular guy. Like you, sitting at home right now.
Particularly bad, they were particularly normal. And when I asked, like, well, why? My assumption, and maybe you have this assumption too, is like, it's an apathetic issue. Like, they don't care because no one got hurt. It's an evidence problem.
Yeah.
The lack of evidence was making it impossible for them to do their job. And it said that they needed a license plate. So I called 2 of my friends from Georgia Tech, Paige and Matt, and said, we got to build a camera that reads license plates. And APD says if we do this, they can catch some bad guys. And so we built these cameras on my dining room table, put them in my neighborhood, and almost to the date, 2 months later, that same group came in, middle of the night, and we had our cameras. And that following morning, they put a bolo out for that license plate, pulled the individual over in a traffic stop. All the stolen stuff was still there. Person went to jail.
So the precipitous of your company was you being a victim of a crime.
Yeah, and I knew nothing about law enforcement. I knew nothing about public safety. I've never carried a gun. I've never had a bat. Never even crossed my mind.
Yeah.
But then you start to realize that like everyone wants to feel safe.
Remember, everybody wants to feel safe. I'm just doing a public service, really. He's just like you and me. I bet he knows the exact price of eggs and milk as well. It's proto-minority report. It pretty much is. Because if they know where you are and they've been logging your whereabouts across multiple networks with multiple data sources too, might I add, they could predict. Like if they can predict what you're going to buy based on your mood, then they should be able to predict whether or not you're going to do some crimes, man. Did they use ChatGPT to generate the most human location for this interview? See, guys, very human, very park. Yeah, let's sit in this staged auditorium kind of thing. Yeah, interesting, isn't it? It does look very artificial, this setting. Hey, just relax. Let's speak outdoors like normal humans.
And so another neighborhood found out about it. So we said, oh, okay, I guess we can build some for you. Another neighborhood,
Can't write
wake
shit
up
this
and
conceited.
a bit prolific.
Yeah, and this was in 2017. This is less than 10 years ago. Your company has expanded pretty rapidly. How many cities are you in right now?
Yeah, we're just in north of 6,000 cities, which generally speaking is most of the country.
6,000 cities.
Yeah.
That's rapid expansion.
It's pretty nauseating. I mean, I'm on the road pretty much every day of the week.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
In South Park Saddam voice. Relax, guy. So good. Yeah, relax, guy. He's got his curtain in 6,000, north of 6,000 cities. I don't have any context for this. Flock Safety's CEO has just said that he is operating cameras in just over 6,000 cities across the US. How many municipalities are there in the United States? So Flock says it's operating in 6,000 cities. It would be 30 to 35% of all US municipalities using a 19,500 figure. So there's 19,491. You're like, I can check how many US municipalities actually have Flock cameras? No, thank you. And estimate their market penetration? So good. Love that word. All right, back to it.
So what brings you to Denver today?
Yeah, look, one of the best parts of my job is visiting our customers. And Denver has been a great customer over the last year. We've solved a bunch of crime. We've seen a nice reduction in crime across the city. And so I figured it's an opportunity to come meet with elected officials in the police department.
Yeah. And you're here because, I mean, you know what's been making the news.
Yeah.
Obviously, I mean, there's been concerns about flock safety and mass surveillance. How are you addressing these concerns with the elected officials here in Denver?
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you asked about the founding story because I think it sets a precedent that I live in Atlanta. Now, you live in Denver. I have the same worries, the same concerns, the same goals. I want my kids to be safe, and I want to still live in America. And one of the beautiful parts about America...
What an option, an array of choices here. I want my kids to be safe, and I want to still live in America? I don't know about that, man. Have you seen what it's like? We've seen the footage of what it's like to go to school in the US, eh? Take your life into your own hands, eh? I love those requirements there, the criteria. I want my kids to be safe and I want to live in America? Damn. All right. I don't know if we can fulfill that request entirely, but we'll do our best. This man cannot name more than 60 cities. How could he possibly begin to think about the complex safety needs in fuck nowhere or literally anywhere that has more black, brown, native folks than whites? No. Look, if they've got that much surveillance, look, I'm telling you, if they've got the database that Clearview AI has access to, then, you know, they've profiled a lot of people. They are prepped. They are prepped for this. They've been waiting for an excuse to unleash this.
Is that every city is a little bit different. And so when you look at the way I architected Flock, it is to give those, maybe think about levers on a system to the elected officials. Because what makes sense in Atlanta might not make sense in Denver, might not make sense in Austin, Texas. So every city kind of has these controls as it relates to things like data retention. Most cities do 30 days. Some cities do 5 years. Some cities do 7 days. As a CEO of the company, I actually don't care. I care what Atlanta does quite a bit. That's where I live. I vote for people that I think represent my values. And we also think about transparency. So every single search inside of Flock is audited. That audit's stored in perpetuity. So while the data gets deleted at 30 days, that search history gets stored forever.
And who owns that data?
Every search is stored inside of Flock. So they might not keep the actual footage, but they keep a trail of who is accessing the footage. That's interesting. I wonder if that's true or not.
The data is owned by the city or whoever's paying for the cameras. So if you added one in your neighborhood, which you should, your neighborhood owns that data. You control who has access to it, who it's shared with. So some of our neighborhoods share with local law authorities, some don't. And I think if you look at a place like Denver, all the data is owned by Denver PD. I can't even access to it. Even if in a life or death emergency you called and said, hey Garrett, we really got to get you, I'd say, I don't have the keys, it's encrypted. Only Denver PD can unlock that.
So you can't even, as the CEO, like open up a computer somewhere and tap into.
No, I mean, and to be fair, right?
Yeah.
Hey, do you buy it? Do you buy it? The rhetoric that's coming out of this guy's mouth at the moment. Hey man, I don't even have access to this stuff. It's all encrypted. Even me, CEO, keys to the entire company and all of its infrastructure. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't watch these videos. No way. I can't do that. What do you reckon? Do you reckon he's legit or not? Like these going up on federal tribe territory is beyond dystopian. Yeah, could you imagine? Right? They're already basically open air concentration camps. They probably don't need to have this technology then. Imagine what a Howard Abbott government would do in a remote Oz community. Yeah, with this technology. Oh my God, yeah. Yeah. Interesting.
These situations exist, right? Life or death situations exist all the time. Now, luckily, law enforcement works really well together. And so if there's a situation in Boulder, they're not going to call Flock. They're going to call Denver and say, hey, we got to work together.
Wouldn't trust Richie Cunning as far as I could sneeze him. Interesting. Yeah, he's not selling me on the vibe here of like, hey man, don't worry about it, you know, it's encrypted. We don't touch this stuff. It's all for the law enforcement.
More and tap into.
No, I mean, and to be fair, right? Yeah. These situations exist, right? Life or death situations exist all the time. Now, luckily, law enforcement works really well together. And so if there's a situation in Boulder, they're not going to call Flock. They're going to call Denver and say, hey, we got to work together.
Yeah. And do you own the cameras still? You lease the cameras back to the city.
Yeah, it's a really unique business model.
Yeah. We lease them back to the city. They own the cameras. That they do not. Municipalities aren't coming and saying, look, we need some fucking security cameras that are, you know, just easy to set up, which is the service they've provided, right? They've got their own solar panel on them. They're connected to the network, and it's just a camera you set and you forget, baby. This is a brilliant product to be sold in a market system. Brilliant product. Total BS, Abalava. Given the recent vid I posted, we're going to get to that, actually. We'll have a look at that. I don't know if I can play all 45 minutes of it, but, like, you know, we'll watch a little bit to see. This is where it all stems from, right? They lease this technology out. They're not providing some sick product that law enforcement will just use and then they store within their own databases. Within council's record management system or the government's record management system. It's being leased out from this company. This is the rental extraction of techno-feudalism. He wants this technology. He wants it everywhere. One of the tenets of surveillance capitalism, like as put out originally by Google, but like, you know, followed up by Meta, so previously Facebook, was move fast and break shit. Completely dominate your market. That is the Peter Thiel philosophy of how to become a tech bro. And so, like, this guy is not an idiot in terms of his surveillance capitalist potential. And so he'll help the police forces around the states fight crime and like eliminate crime and all that sort of stuff. But he controls the means of production. He owns all of this technology and they lease it off him. Not only is it just like profitable because, you know, you're bleeding people dry for an extended period of time, they're not just buying it and then like you then you have to figure out other markets to break into. You can still control all of this technology. He extracts rent from the taxpayer of the US through all 6,000 plus cities out there that want to use this technology. Does the tech work on the Portland Inflatable Frog Brigade now that Antifa has been declared global terrorists by Trump? Yeah, well, look, so far, all I've been able to research on this topic, it's just they're using it for license plate reading. Then they're using it to help coordinate with other stuff like their drone fleets and things like that. But like the most ubiquitous, the most far-reaching of the technological pursuit here is the cameras, and they are supposedly for license plate recognition and car profiling, not humans. Who knows if that's true or not?
So we own all the equipment. We have the obligation to make sure it works. And that might seem like a counterintuitive approach, but if you looked at, I'll talk about Atlanta for a second. There was a horrible homicide in our main park. There's cameras everywhere in this park. None of them were working. None of our cameras.
Yeah.
Why? Who's going to maintain them? Things break. There's thunderstorms, there's lightning, all these things can happen. And so we have a service responsibility to the city to make sure that the cameras are always working and all the data is owned by the city.
So I don't buy that for a fucking second, bro. It's just like, bro, if someone buys something off you and they run it into the ground, then they'll buy more shit off you and replace it. That's the capitalist model. But like, we're moving beyond just a simple capitalist market game here. Anyone that knows that has any type of subscription would understand that the capitalists have figured out that if they just dominate a market, then they can extract value off us by, renting things out to us. He wants to, it's not about making sure that he can provide a non-stop service. And like the council runs things into the ground, their own security cameras, but we maintain it better. I don't believe that, man, for a second. LOL, the thumbnail. What's this? Can I confuse police AI cameras? Can I confuse? Oh, interesting. All the hands on the dead. That's pretty crazy. I don't know if people can see that. That's mental. I'm going to pull that up. Can I confuse AI cameras, police AI cameras? Look at all the hands he's got on his dashboard. That's fucking hilarious. That is hilarious. Well sourced, sir. Well sourced. I wonder what the result of that was. Guess we'll find out. All right, back to our friend. The long arms? Yeah, wild. Yeah.
You had like contractors or,
full-time. We have hundreds of Flock employees driving around the country in bucket trucks every single day.
Yeah. So a lot of news over the last few months here in Denver about your company. City Council voted not to extend the Flock contract out of concerns the system would be exploited for immigration matters.
Yeah.
How are you addressing these concerns?
Yeah, so I think, look, every city needs to make a decision what's right for them. Some cities work really closely with federal authorities. Denver works very closely with federal authorities. Now, in the case of Denver, if there's no desire to work with ICE, that's great. We need to create a safer city while still upholding the values we have. And so in the case of someone like Denver, if the goal is to never work with ICE, just tell Denver PD, you can't work with ICE. And it's really simple to do in the system.
Yeah. The concerns that council has raised over the last few months about this system, do you believe their concerns are legit?
Look, I think everyone's right to an opinion. I think that oftentimes what people...
Is that the most like generic response you could ever provide? Someone like, people have got legitimate concerns over this technology. Do you think those concerns are valid? It's like, everybody has a right to an opinion. You know what I mean? Like, do you have thoughts? Like, so I sometimes have thoughts. And I think everybody should have the right to said thoughts. Don't you? Don't you? Do you know what I mean? I hate that fucking response. Everyone has a right to an opinion. Come on, bro. Tell us what's really going on behind.
Don't fully understand, they fear. So let me give you a good example. Sometimes what people don't fully understand, they fear. So let me give you a good example. there's been a statement that ICE has a back door into Flock. That is technically impossible. Technically impossible. And you've seen this in cases of other encryption debates where companies have said, hey, we want to get access to data, and pick someone like Apple. Apple can't access what's encrypted on your device. That's the whole point of encryption, is that the person who owns the data has the keys. And so while, Denver PD most recently, right, they solved a $12 million heist using Flock in a nearby mall. You know who made that arrest? The FBI. Because $12 million is a very, very big case. So there's a great example of federal authorities working with local police departments. So I think is an opportunity to explain how this works. Unfortunately, technology evolves faster often than kind of policy and kind of the general public can appreciate. And so
it's not wrong. The technology does move way too fast, and that's why they move fast and they break shit. So they can't be regulated. And once they've got market capture, it's already too late, and the regulation is so far behind. They've already done all the damage, and they got the control that they want anyway. Sounds like he's saying governments are sentient, just like corporations are people, and they choose what they want to do. Yeah, it's interesting, that line of argumentation. They don't need a back door. They already have a front door. So good. As I was going to actually ask you, or someone with tech background here, is this legit what he's saying? Do you reckon he's like, oh, they don't have a back door because that is technically impossible. We have not engineered the system in that fashion. Now, from what I understand about this type of technology is somebody could have put a literal backdoor into all of this technology at whatever code stage they were writing and producing this technology at. They could have put in some facility for somebody else to get access to this information. But he's making it sound like it's so abstract and so absurd that other government agencies could get access to this information without coming through the right channels. I don't know if I buy that. The data itself is held on their servers. And so it's encrypted on the server, and then only they can get access to it. But why wouldn't that allow other people to get access to that information as well, like other government agencies? I don't get it. I don't know how he means that that's completely airtight. If only the Louvre had Flock AI. It completely fails safe. Completely fail safe. It's just not possible.
One of the reasons why I'm excited to be here to share some of the facts of how Flock works.
Do you think council is misunderstood here, or is it misunderstanding some of the
technology?
I think
so. Yeah, I think so.
I like to push back on your assertion that ICE does have a backdoor access because my colleagues at my station, they did find the Loveland Police Department, which is a local entity, gave access to an ATF agent who in turn used the system to search for ICE.
Yeah.
So, there is the access for ICE by all these proxies. How do you reconcile that?
Yeah, so think at the end of the day, Denver PD has total control over where their data goes. If they want to share with Loveland, that's up to them. Now, in the case of Loveland, that was a task force member assigned to the Loveland Police Department, just like Denver has task force members. So when I think about the definition of a backdoor, you're talking about unfettered root access to a system with no auditing, with no controls in place. In this case, actually, everything worked perfectly because you're describing an audited transaction. Now, we can debate, and you're welcome to debate, whether or not that is a search that Denver PD wanted to happen. But it was traced, and if they ever wanted to, Denver PD could click one button, no longer sharing with Loveland.
I believe I heard.
Fair enough. They don't need backdoor. They already have a front door. From what I've seen about Flock, they are very unlikely to have security privacy measures to prevent government access. It's all marketing bullshit. He's even been here's the tough question of the interview kind of thing. Let me ask you this. Explain your way out of this situation. He's very simply, if I would just have a moment of your time, good sir, and gentle audience, let me tell you this. So good.
Your communication staff, and I think even you may have said this before, that you can't police the police data here.
I don't think it's my job to. That's a very important distinction. I don't think anyone elected me to be the chief of police of America. The police department has a boss. It's the city manager. The city manager has a boss. It's your city council. It is their job to police the police. I think there's also this interesting debate of what is societally accepted in terms of law enforcement, and that's very different city to city. You know, I live in Georgia.
The Denver PD isn't elected, LOL. This is happening irregardless of the local politics of the city. Interesting, isn't it? Hey, nobody elected me police of the police chief. Yeah, it's an interesting argument, must say. Yeah, I think this is a little bit like contrived from the whole marketing side of things. He's really putting his case forward for the public here. Yeah. I wonder if the people believe this or not.
The rules we enforce are not consistent with what's necessarily written down. Like, I've never been ticketed for jaywalking. I don't know if you have. It's not societally acceptable to ticket someone for jaywalking. Speeding, yes. Speeding in the school zone, definitely. So in the case of...
This dude acts like I trust the pigs. Yeah. Nobody gets ticketed for jaywalking. That's outrageous, but it's still there.
Of this example, like, I don't even know how I would enforce it, when instead what we want to do is we want to give the tools to the city manager, give the tools to the police department to police themselves.
By saying you're not here to police the police, I think a lot of people will understand that, but it also could be seen as like an easy washing of your hands, right? You own the hardware, you own the cameras, you're kind of like a landlord. You know you have some tenants that might be doing some nefarious
call he's
thing.
made so far. You are like a landlord.
Is that maybe violating state law, Colorado law? How do you square that?
I think that's a great analogy. If at any moment we believed our customers were breaking the law, we would call the appropriate authorities. Because like as a company, we exist to help law and order be delivered. Like for me, a safe city is a thriving city. A city that's unsafe, families disappear, businesses disappear, like it's chaos. And so we do think that's a part of our job. But I think the nuance that I'm trying to articulate is that when there is state legislation, we help our customers not break it. That's very different than me proactively doing something like, oh, you searched for the same person 6 times, that looks suspicious. Like who am I to tell really anyone what suspicious is? That's not the job we want.
No. There is a contract extension that has been signed.
I don't know. So they're not going to have their own system that detects fraudulent behavior, basically. If the cops want to use it any way you want. Now, he didn't answer the question very well. He's just like, look, you own all of the assets. You control all of the assets. If somebody does the wrong thing, you can fucking turn them off. And he didn't answer the question. I wonder if they've ever done that before. This is the other thing when it comes to the rentier style that techno-feudalism encourages and surveillance capitalism encourages, is that they really do own all of the means of production now, and they're just cornering markets and taking up all of the ownership rights that usually come with a market society. Like you buy something, you render a service, and you procure that, like you're supposed to own it. But like that's going out the window now. And like with reduced ownership go the liberal values. I think people like Dilemmas have used this argument a lot in the chat that home ownership goes down. People owning less property means people are going to want to fight for their country because they've got nothing to protect anyway. They don't give a shit. They've got no ownership. They've got no stake in something. And so like the capitalist system in the traditional market sense really has been based off this idea that when you buy something on the market, you own it. If you own it, you control it. You have a stake in the economy, and you want to uphold society and its values. But like the less of a stake you have in stuff, you're just leasing out a service. You don't want to protect it. You don't want to fight for it. And so like these police departments, you know, they're just procuring a service of our friend over here. In a rentier style fashion. And so like if they use it and abuse it, like who cares? It's not even their system anyway. And like this guy's not going to cut me off, so who cares? But like if you own the system and like all the cameras and stuff like that, and you've got to use it appropriately because it's state owned, it's controlled by the government or the council, and then that council, that municipality gets a bad rap. But like if it's somebody else's stuff, then like, you know, whatever, I'm not using it nefariously. It's not like it's the council or the municipality's problem. They don't have an image issue. It's this company, and this company just wants to control everything. We'll use ChatGPT to police the city manager who uses AI to police the police, who uses AI to police us. It's the circle of life. It's the jerk circle. There it is. Yeah, we investigated ourselves and found no wrongdoing. You can trust us. We investigated ourselves and found that people weren't using our services incorrectly, so we did nothing about it to ensure that we are able to continually extract rent off them.
In the month of July between the city of Denver and your company. And I understand city council was not presented with this contract because the amount is below $500,000, so they didn't have an opportunity to question this extension. There's been concern about this continuing business between the city of Denver and your company. How do you expect to gain the access of council's trust, or how do you expect to gain council's trust with this continuing business in this manner?
Well, I think it's important to reflect on all the success we've had with Denver over the last year. There's countless arrests, countless reductions in crime. I also look at it and say, for me, if we can build a common ground that everyone wants Denver to be safer, then it's just a question of how we achieve that goal. And I think, based on everything I've read about the city council members and the mayor, everyone wants Denver to be safer. Now, we have a difference of opinions of how we get there, but as long as we can agree to that premise, I think there's a path forward.
Your company has been called Orwellian,
fair,
by groups like the ACLU, mass surveillance.
Yeah.
There are calls by groups here in Colorado to have the cameras completely shut down.
Yeah.
How do you respond to that?
Yeah.
We investigated ourselves and all we found is a limp biscuit? Question mark? Anyone?
You know, look, I think there's a few things. One,
he said that they help law enforcement don't break the law. This ensures they remain a customer. Yeah, it's interesting, the language. He also said that an unsafe city would include people disappearing and businesses closing down. This is exactly what ICE has been doing. Yeah, decreasing people's sense of security and tearing communities to pieces. And supposedly, as we will get to, this company has been aiding and abetting ICE. And he's just like, well, look, if the police choose to do it, there's nothing I can do about that. I'm just the landlord. Who cares if somebody's doing an illegal activity on my property, or they're using my property for nefarious purposes? I'm just the landlord, man. There's a weird, uncomfortable distance between the two of them. Oh, never mind. That's the normal people conduct themselves. That's how normal people conduct themselves. Conduct normal conversations. Carry on. It is a bit strange, isn't it? Like we said before, there's something very conceited about this interview setup.
One, I'd bucket the criticism in two big buckets. For the ACLUs, the EFFs, the activist groups, I actually think this is a healthy debating criticism. Like, one of the beautiful parts about America is people have freedom of speech, freedom of opinion. Like, and they're entitled to that.
You're entitled to your opinions. Hey? Everybody has thoughts. I can think what you want. You're fucking wrong, though, and how dare you?
And we should face the criticism. I think it makes us a better company. I think it makes Denver Police Department a better police department, because absent that criticism, there's no feedback loop. And so even at the beginning, if you look at the beginning of the company, when we were first getting started, we had a lot of agencies and cities in California adopt us. And one of the reasons why is because they're like, hey, we want to have better transparency with how our law enforcement uses technology. We're like, great, we'll build that. I didn't know that was a problem. That wasn't a problem in Atlanta. It was a big problem in Oakland, California. So we built that. And so all of this feedback actually builds a better product, because once again, we're not going to force any of this on any city. So even something maybe as simple to you and me as a transparency portal, where you can log in and see, hey, where are the cameras and what are the search reasons? Every city gets to pick. So I welcome the criticism. Now, I think where the second bucket that I would say is not as welcome is just threats, threats of violence, threats of like disruption. Yeah. It's like, well, that's actually not productive, I think, because as long as everyone agrees we want to be safe, let's work towards a way to do that that makes sense for every city.
Are you worried about any sort of state law that could come up here in Colorado?
Of course he's worried. He needs to defend his interests. Of course he's worried. We have just heard the CEO of Flock Safety describe threats and disruptions to the distribution of their services. As in, potentially people are disgruntled with Flock Safety and are seeking to take action against the company outside of some legal or political forum. Very briefly, can you verify what he means by threats and disruptions? Like, what does that even mean? Honestly, what's he talking about? Several credible sources that more or less match what he could mean. What threats and disruptions likely refer? In several cities, residents have actively organized against Flock cameras. For example, in Denver, hundreds of people packed a town hall to protest Flock's surveillance system, raising concerns about civil liberties. That's not a threat. Isn't that political organization? According to Ars Technica, opposition spans different states and political ideologies, with campaigns to remove Flock cameras from municipalities. Regulatory and political pressure, lawmakers. There's also a broader concern, misuse of ALPR, yeah. Cybersecurity, trademark. I wonder if he's talking about like people actually like trashing their technology. Because like if you really wanted to, you know, get into some direct action against a company of this nature, you just go around spray painting all their cameras. Interesting. Yeah, protests? Like what are they talking about? What is he talking about? I don't mind when people call me Orwellian, but I don't appreciate threats.
Colorado that would shut down your company here?
I think it's highly unlikely. I think we are huge advocates of regulation.
Like, no way. It's been ages. Black man, macho, flare drip. How are you today? I am well. How are you? We are looking at Flock Safety. Have you heard about this? Flock Safety is a broad-reaching surveillance capitalist enterprise within America that has been setting up easy set-and-forget cameras for municipalities across the states for a while so they can track vehicles by license plate recognition. Are you ready for some more propaganda? Oh, I don't know, man. Depends what the propaganda is. Hit me up. Hit me up. As long as it's related. Okay? If it's some wrestler using a Flock Safety camera to beat somebody else over the head with, you already know what I like to talk about. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Unless it's somebody using a Flock Safety camera or a solar panel in a wrestling match, that's the type of propaganda I want to see today. He says it's for vehicles, but like it's going to end up for faces. That's a suspicion. I'm pretty sure that's what Jet B has been speaking about for a while now. It's like, yeah, okay. But like, what's going to happen when they start using it? Like fiving, limo driving, private jet flying, son of a gun, woo. Okay, I'm going to try to search the web to find you that video. Yes, all right. Welcome back, man. Welcome back.
Clear discussion. I'm not the police chief of Colorado. I'm definitely not the police chief of Denver. Yeah. I would love it if the people that we democratically elected took a stance on what is the right policy. You look at what we just got done in Virginia. We worked really hard with Governor Youngkin to get a new bill in place to regulate license plate readers in Virginia that makes sense for the residents of Virginia. And that should be different than Colorado and different than Texas and definitely different than California.
Are you confident that City Council will eventually renew your contract here in Denver?
I do. I think Flock is hands down the most effective way for modern police forces to fight crime. And as long as the City Council wants Denver to be safer in 2026 and 2027 and beyond, Flock is really the best option for Denver.
And what are you telling them as you're here in Denver?
I'm mostly listening.
For now, or whenever I join this chat, I want you to have a challenge for me. I want you to give me the most random topic, and I'm going to try my best to search the web to see if I can find a video of it being also involved in pro wrestling. Good luck. If you can find any reference to flock safety being used in pro wrestling, or any surveillance capitalist technology like Palantir or anything like that, if you can find how that's being used in pro wrestling, like, hit me up, bro. Hit me up.
Because I don't live in Denver. And like, I don't claim to know every detail of their concerns. So I really want to better understand what are their concerns. And
this guy's like Mark Zuckerberg. They're all these tech startup surveillance capitalists now turned billionaires. I just want to know. I want to know what the people want so I can provide a better service. Fuck the motherfucking police. How about find ways to legitimately improve society so they don't need to resort to crime to survive, and people don't need to be surveilled so acutely? Why don't you solve broader issues in society? Use that surveillance technology for other purposes, for some type of public good, as opposed to public security. Two different big and large differences there. Securing a place that's already fucked up is very different to reducing the reoccurrence of how fucked up that place is. I remember watching live Trump shave McMahon's head. It was a different time. It was a simpler time, a better time.
Can we build a product? Can we build a solution that puts their concerns at ease? Because I know, speaking on behalf of Denver PD, this is a really successful product for them. And in a moment in time where budgets are tight, where staffing is low, that's the wrong trend. If you're trying to fight crime, technology is that force multiplier. You got to find a way to make sure that everyone's happy with how this works.
So you're in 6,000 municipalities.
Yeah.
Do you have any federal contracts?
We don't.
No, so no contracts with ICE?
No contracts with ICE.
Okay. If there...
No federal contracts. Remember that. So they're just serving the local government. No federal contracts. Yeah, lift up the lowest in society. It lays bare the incongruables and the insane to treat or lock up. Those who just want to do crime and those who can't help it.
Is any opportunity down the road, would you sign a contract with ICE?
I mean, I think who knows what the future unlies. I mean, to be clear, it's a federal law enforcement agency. We are in the business of enforcing the law, helping our customers enforce the law. So
we are in the business of enforcing the law. Sorry, helping our customers enforce the law. So would I sign it? Would I do that? My God, I've set up this entire enterprise to suck money out of the state. Of course I would do that. Come on. Yes, and the Five Eyes don't spy on their own people, but there is a loophole.
It? I mean, I can't say no, never, but not today. We don't have a contract, nor do we have really any pipeline with them.
How do you feel about news reports coming out there showing that ICE has had access to this system by proxy, through other agencies?
Yeah, I think if it is societally acceptable for that city, that's up for that city. So I don't really have a personal opinion on ICE or a personal opinion on
the market is neutral.
Flock. But in the case of pick a random city, if that's really important to them to feel safe, they should do what makes sense for them.
I think we've covered a lot here.
Yeah.
You've answered all my questions. I've noticed myself as a reporter, I go through the search warrants here in the city of Denver once a week, and I see Flock referenced in a lot of criminal cases. One case that comes to mind was a guy who shot at another guy. It was a road rage case, and within 45 minutes, the police department was able to track down that suspect within 45 minutes using the grid, using the network, which I think is really interesting. And I've been here in Denver now for 15 years, and I can see that in the criminal cases. I would imagine these are some of the cases that you're bringing to counsel, maybe some of these examples.
Well, and I think there's an interesting...
What a leading question that was. Right. Is this what you're talking about? Can I give you any other examples that exemplify how amazing your service is?
Study. So if you look at the kind of national research on crime, I would have bet that if you have harsher punishment, you have less crime. But if you look at how criminals tend to think, it's not calculus, it's Boolean logic. And the Boolean logic is, I'm not going to get caught. Because there's a 50-50 chance you get away with homicide, and there's a 90% chance you get away with stealing someone's car. So you do the math. As soon as that paradigm shifts, and criminals now know that if you commit a crime in Denver, you will get held accountable, which to me is a very basic concept, but still hard to implement, crime goes down. And there's countless cities, hundreds of cities across the country where they're feeling this. And I want that same for Denver. I think Denver deserves that.
Yeah. What do you just say to someone who's kind of on the fence with this right now? They're like, they can see the benefits, but they also are worried about the mass surveillance concerns. What do you say to someone?
Yeah, I think criticism welcome. Like, I'm not perfect. I don't have all the answers. I think there's 300+ million Americas. We got to build a solution that makes us safe while still protecting our civil liberties and the values that make us really the best country in the world. And with that, I'd welcome.
It's so easy for like American businesses and American capitalist class to just pull on that heartstring of patriotism. You know, I've heard Zuckerberg say, we're the best country in the world. Like, we're just the best place ever. Like, don't you want this stuff to make us even better and ensure that we stay the best place in the world? It's just that one, and like it just diffuses conversations, and people are like, yeah, you know what? I do love this place. I want to be the best country in the world. How are you going to help me?
300+ open jobs, come work with us. Like, if you want to solve this problem and do it in a way that makes you feel really good, apply for a job at Flock. Like, we'd love to have you. So look, to our earlier conversation, we don't have all the answers. And we've gotten a lot of good feedback from cities in Colorado, not just Denver, of, hey, how do we help enforce how we want our law enforcement to use Flock? So one of those examples is there are cities like Denver that do not want their police departments aiding in immigration control. So now in Flock, if you search for ICE, immigration, a number of keywords, we flag it and say, hey, that's not a search you can conduct. And so I think this is a good example where we're allowing the elected officials to control and influence how law enforcement does their job.
So that would be an option that Denver could implement here.
Yep.
And if there is a agency like the Loveland Police Department allowing an outside federal agency to do searches for ICE, that's something that would be flagged.
That would be flagged, that's right. And I think that's the beauty of the company is like, we are only 7 years old. We're quite innovative, quite nimble, and when we hear a good idea, we run with it.
So Zuckerbergy, my God, if that's a word. This guy is full of it. Those cameras need to come down any way possible. I've seen similar systems at NAB show tracking people. There is no way this is constitutional. Well, that person has decided. The cameras should be found unconstitutional. We see you. We hate your disregard for the Fourth Amendment. We stand behind Congress who will hold you accountable. We are watching the federal lawsuit in Virginia closely. That was the one we looked at prior. You are selling false safety and just violating our privacy. I don't think anyone really agrees. I hope Flock fails. This is active resistance and it's working. People are building, we are building our own prison. We are sacrificing so-called safety for freedom, brackets privacy, and we will have neither in the end. He changes his story over the years. Excellent storyteller. It all started with a stolen bike that was actually their first solved crime. This is what he pitched at Y Combinator. No way. So Y Combinator is kind of this, I don't know, what do you call it? It's a vehicle, it's a cesspool, it's a hub of like startups and like budding tech bros and tech lords that are looking for venture capital investment. And so Y Combinator is a place where they all get together and they try and pitch their new fangled surveillance capitalist technologies, so then they can get venture capital funding to expand their businesses. And so all the venture capitalists are looking out for what they call unicorns, which are these pieces of tech that are going to be the next big thing that makes billions of dollars for the right investor. And so Y Combinator brings people together so that so venture capital can meet budding startup. His neighborhood card his neighborhood did get cars broken into that initiated it all. He keeps saying he wants cameras on every street in America to end all crime. This is mortifying. I was in Atlanta area and there is a flock camera every mile. COVID built flock between selling to Houston, Atlanta, and the unincorporated area of Southern California. COVID and Proposition 47 in California proves what he said about penalty not affecting crime as much as the risk of getting caught to be incorrect. That's interesting. So like if you have a system like a lockdown and you have cameras everywhere tracking people's movements and like license plate, you can tell if people are going beyond the safe distances or even just moving anywhere. Anyway, interesting. What's weird is I haven't heard any Yank right-wing commentators talk about Flock. It's all Uncle Tuck and Candace hosting Nick Fuentes or Trust the Plan. It's just a bad week for Trump, LOL. Yeah, that seems to be the rhetoric at the moment, right? Uncle Tuck and Candace with Nick Fuentes and America first, not Israel first. That's all the stuff. I have not bought into that at all. I really wanted to have a look at some of this drama and just see if it's true that MAGA is splitting along certain lines. But like it'll all come out in the wash anyway. I don't need to get into the drama to know what the result is going to be. Just tune into it later. All right, so this is the guy. So I've tried to get as many perspectives as we can on this one and not just make it kind of about whingy, I don't know, social justice warriors trying to end some surveillance capitalists. You know, we've got people promoting it through like tech review stuff. We've gotten kind of people against it, like taking, litigating against it, taking it to Supreme Court. We've got the CEO himself with a well-structured interview. So we got the word from him. We've looked at their own propaganda, their promotion stuff on their website to see what type of products and services they're providing. Now, what we're going to have a look at next is the piece that started all of this. And there's a guy called Ben Jordan, I think it is. His channel, Ben Jordan. And yeah, Ben Jordan. And he's bought one of these products. I don't know how he bought it. Anyway, he's gotten access to one of these products and he's not reverse engineered it, but he's looked inside. He's looked under the hood and tried to figure out how they work and whether they can be hacked. And so his allegation here is 80,000 police cameras he's hacked them and figure out what they mean. I like the thumbnail. It's got all the cameras lined up everywhere and the little police car in the background. Everybody knows what's happening. Interesting. Oh my God, it's ground news again. I just want to say a quick word. Fuck ground news. Interesting. All right, give me 1 second. So good. Everyone responds to that. So good. All my homies hate ground news. Fuck ground news. So good. Clint Russell is my go-to for that drama. I don't trust Candace or Tuck or Tucky McTuck. Yeah, fair enough. I might have to check. Can you Discord me some Clint Russell? I don't want to go through that pipeline by myself. I'll just have someone curate it for me. Interesting. Well, let's have a look at this, because this guy has gone through, and he's like, this is like a hardware kind of assessment of the situation. The camera's tracking you equals a security nightmare. So yeah, like I said, this is a hardware approach to the problem. All the stuff we've been looking at is like kind of philosophical almost, like, hey, is this right? Should we be allowing this technology to be everywhere? This guy goes through and actually checks out the tech and sees whether it's a viable, robust solution for crime fighting, or we should have other concerns with it. I bet Trump could sell Flock to MAGA, just say it's going to help ICE deport, right? Because that's what everyone's been worried about so far. I will link his latest vid, hectic. When I start video essays again, I think I might do a tag of, and as a PSA to everyone, fuck ground news into the video. What a public service that is. Actually, just before we do this, remember this. Where's the, yeah, let's have a look at this just quickly. It's just a short, so it won't take up too much. Remember our mate, the CEO just then, this fucker? What's he? I don't even kind of remember what his name is. This guy said something like, ICE do not have access to our stuff. We do not work with ICE. I'm pretty sure he used that language. It sucks that I can't get the whole screen on there. You asshole. I don't know why it does that. So annoying. Oh, not that guy again. Alright, here's the CEO.
Do you have any federal contracts?
We don't.
The company running these license plate tracking cameras has not been telling the truth about who has access to their data. Immigration agents. What we just discovered in Colorado could be a big deal nationwide, especially for immigration enforcement. These are called flock cameras. They log information about every car that passes by. Look for these solar panels at intersections, and there's a pretty good chance that that's connected to a flock camera. Police agencies can share their data with each other and run lookups for cars on a local network. There's also an option for a national lookup too. It's supposed to help solve crimes, but at least in Colorado, it may be facilitating one as well. This is a new Colorado law that bans local and state agencies from sharing license plate information for immigration enforcement. Flock has assured the public that immigration agents don't have direct access to these databases, that they have no contracts with federal agencies. Shoot, this is their CEO on 9 News.
Do you have any federal contracts?
We don't.
That's not true. I found proof in public records that Loveland Police was sharing data access with Border Patrol. And after Flock admitted to me, the company wasn't being honest, that Border Patrol has had an account since earlier this year. They have the ability to request access to police departments' data. And Loveland Police said yes. Flock says,
but there it is. There's the weird kind of turn. Like he was saying, we just saw him in the interview, and he's just like, no, we do not have contracts with any federal level departments. But they've got an account. They've got an account. So if you're a law enforcement, the way it works, as I have had it explained to me now by doing a bit of research on it, is that they have they have 6,000 municipalities across the US that are connected into the curtain of surveillance, as he described it. And so under this curtain of surveillance in that network, everything links up in their database, and you can get access under this curtain to anyone's information, and you can track them across multiple regions. And the law enforcement agencies themselves will share this information. It's their data, as you said, it's their product, it's their, they can do with the data whatever they want. So if they decide they want to share that data with another police, another law enforcement agency, let's say, then they will do so. And so they get to choose. Now, what they made it out like in that other interview before was that this Loveland Police Department or whatever was just like, was tapped on the shoulder by an ICE agent. They said, hey, can we have a look at that? And they were just like, sure. Do you want to have a look? Just have a look. Do you want me to export the file for you? And I can email it to you if you want. And I'm like, oh, yeah, thank you very much. And that was them working with ICE. But no, they do have an account. And like anyone who has an account and is law enforcement, you can reach out to another law enforcement agency from within the system and say, can I get access to that data? So they do have an account with the Department of Homeland Security, it would seem. And then they've been using that to reach out to all the other people that have databases or have access to their own data on this server and are like, give us access to this. We need this, please. And so it was not, it was misleading that he said he didn't have any contracts, or they don't have any contracts with federal level departments. It took me a while, but I found a connection. Get fucked. Get fucked, you did. Link me, bro. So one could sneak up on a flock camera by approaching from the solar panel side? Woozle. Just asking for a friend. Yes, I think you could. That seems to be the way that they are focused, generally. Legit, my memoirs of faction. Oh, wait. Also, dude, I've got some tea because I joined a new branch with the ALP, and this branch is wild. I have stories even from last night's meeting. Legit, my memoirs of factional, sub-factional drama is more appealing by the day. I'm telling you, 4AS, restructure your channel and talk about how things work within a party system, and like people would just eat that shit up for days. I'm telling you. Join me, 4AS.
As it doesn't monitor what searches Border Patrol is running, but they told them that they were running searches for human trafficking and drug smuggling. We don't know yet what searches they've run of Colorado data.
Do you have any federal contracts?
There you go.
We don't.
The company running these license plates.
He's a fucking liar. Peter Thiel Homes, an investment firm, and that has some ownership in Palantir Technologies and also Endeavor, TKO's parent. TKO is the parent company of WWE. Peter Thiel Homes, an investment firm, and that has some ownership in Palantir Technologies and also Endeavor. Interesting. So you found a connection? Shout out to Woozles who subbed. Oh, lovely. Thank you. I don't really get the notifications on this monitoring system. It's not the same. Yes, shout out to Woozle who subbed. Appreciate it. Definitely appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. This helps a lot. I don't know why I didn't get a notification of that. Unless you're just doing that as a moderator, you can see that for IS. But yes, thank you. Much appreciated. Keeping this machine going. All right. Shall we do this? This one. This is the thing that started it all. Was like this came up. Avalava had put this up. And so I was like, I need to investigate more about what the hell. We need to investigate more about what the hell flock safety is anyway before somebody pulls it apart and tells us why it's so important they pull it apart. I'm in mod view. 4AS started it. And Indoctrinathan too, actually. Is there anything that these rich people don't want to profit from? I know, right? Like, not even wrestling is safe. They're all in bed with each other. Black man, macho, flare drip. They're all in bed with each other. It's incestuous, the people that own the stuff at the top. And like, look at them. They're in Trump's administration at the moment. And like, who's behind Trump's administration as well from a tech bro side? Okay. I was about to say, hey. All right, let's do this. Let's see now we've got the context Avalava, what this piece is like, given this in-depth analysis that we've done.
You may remember me from this video where I told you about 40,000 of these things that your tax dollars pay for that are tracking your every move and
TKO is also the parent company of the UFC. Yeah, they're all incestuous. They're all linked, right?
You may remember me from this video where I told you about 40,000 of these things that your tax dollars pay for that are tracking your every move and repurposing data collected about you every time that you drive past them. Upon further investigation, it turns out that there are over 80,000 of them, and we got some, and we hacked them. You can press a button a few times on the back of these cameras and within a few minutes, turn them into your own personal spy device, or malware host, or honeypot that steals people's login credentials, or a cryptocurrency miner, whatever you want, really. Or alternatively, how you can point an antenna at them and decode the video stream using a technique used by the CIA during the Cold War. Or how another researcher found a Google search phrase that had the capabilities of showing you the real-time location of these cameras and police patrol cars. This isn't clickbait or an exaggerated claim with no payoff. Just the other day, weeks before this video will be released, US senators and representatives drafted an official letter to open an investigation that highlights the national security risks associated with our findings. And in this video, I'm going to show you exactly how they work and even demonstrate them to journalists.
No f***ing way!
And finally, we're going to take a deep data dive into the efficacy, misinformation, and straight up lies surrounding some private surveillance startups, and we're going to use that momentum to push for protocols and legislation that actually makes you safer. Wow, that's a lot for a YouTube video.
How I can never act. Been trying to stack up racks on racks. Boys in the back wearing all black, staying on track. Better show you gun, and that's on me. Out here getting this beef. If you work for the devil, better retreat.
The meat and potatoes of this video will be mostly in parody with John Gainsek's white paper, and that's linked in the description below. Many of these vulnerabilities were recently published with the National Vulnerability Database or are in the process of publication. And to prevent the average viewer from getting lost or falling asleep, I'm going to keep many of the formalities and extensive details to a minimum, but if you find yourself wanting more details at any time in this video, just check the description for a whole bunch of links. Welcome to the world of responsible disclosure. And while I'm up here, let me tell you that to the best of my knowledge, any of the cameras or hardware seen in this video were acquired legally. I have not shared or redistributed any of the data on them, and as long as they are in my possession, they will not be placed into the wild. At no point in time have I knowingly accessed or interfered with any server or service related to or owned by Flock Safety. There is a chance that all of the devices that you see in this video, or all of the devices that we have acquired from multiple different sources, are unique and do not have the same hardware or software that the devices in the wild have. I have no idea how or why that would be the case, but it is technically a possibility. And finally, at the time of me recording this, there are 47 security issues covered, with the vast majority listed in the white paper. In this video, I'm going to be showing you 6 of them. Over the last summer, when doing research for my first video on this topic, I started poking around to see if anyone had done an independent audit of Flock Safety or related services. This naturally led me to the
And yet America is more worried about China co-opting their systems. So they just need Ben Jordan.
dark web, where I have access to some semi-private communities dedicated to hacking and open source intelligence. Some of these communities have well-organized marketplaces for breached data, credentials, exploits, and all that stuff. And that is where I found this. Please excuse the poor English translation, but these were law enforcement Flock Safety accounts for sale with escrow protection by
Flock Safety, US Police Camera and Investigative Powers, a truly exceptional detective, license plate, background checks, and vehicle tracking, direct police accounts available in US regions starting in 2025 with nationwide access, discounts on bulk purchase, and escrow. Limited offer until next update. Flock Safety / US Police Camera and Investigative Powers. Very interesting. So these guys have gone onto the dark web to see what information is out there. Courtesy of Flock. Or facilitated by Flock's extensive assistance to law enforcement.
A reputable vendor, and a few days later, the listings were removed in a way that suggested that someone had bought them. Not long after that, I got in touch with a professional security researcher regarding other things on this list, and what do you know? He found something very similar on the dark web.
So in the cyber industry, there are things called access brokers, and some people specialize in government agencies or maybe local law enforcement.
I started digging more to find
what do they call them? Access brokers? So people specialize in getting access to local government or state security information or government information.
Find out where these accounts could have come from. Were they bought or stolen off of a police officer or a Flock employee? Or just maybe Flock Safety had some security vulnerabilities. The most significant and troublesome and mind-boggling vulnerability on this list was discovered nearly a year ago.
Late 2024, I stumbled down a rabbit hole, and then probably
a few nights later, was messing with the buttons and the dip switch, and then was able to figure out how to get a shell on it. Yeah, so I'm John Gainsek Gaines. Professionally, I've been in the offensive security field for over a decade.
Obtaining shell on a device means that you can remote control it, exfiltrate data, and escalate privileges, which is exactly what John did. As detailed on John's blog and formerly published paper, John had found a user named Cager on social media who was trying to recreate some of the disclosures. He reported that by merely pressing the button on a device in a particular sequence on a flock safety camera, a wireless access point is created.
Hey partner, don't do any of this stuff unless you can legally acquire a flock safety camera. If you do this to one of the 80,000 all over the US of A, you'll be put in the clink. First thing you're going to want to do is go ahead and press the button to turn on that police camera. Then press the button on the back a number of times I can't disclose in this video. There she is, the Flock wireless access point. Go on and connect. Send a command to enable ADB, connect, and now you can connect to the Flock safety device and access its data, or install whatever the hell you want on it. Have fun!
This, along with John's previous discoveries, are encapsulated in an easy-to-use tool that he made so even a novice user could obtain full control of the cameras. We let George Cheedy from The Guardian do the honors.
The longest part actually is waiting for the hotspot to turn.
Surveillance guy and counter-surveillance guy both running disclaimer rhetoric. Interesting. And so what, now they're going to get a journalist in there from The Guardian and show them what they can do with this stuff? So like, can someone tech related, like, kind of translate what he's talking about here? Did he just get access to show how you can get access to a camera and then like control it as well? So not only can you just monitor what it's monitoring as well and get access to its live feed, but you can control it too, and you can send it commands. ADB, automated douchebaggery.
To turn on, but realistically in about 5 seconds. And in fact, with the compute box, you don't need to hit the buttons because the USB-C ports are exposed, so you can just plug in a rubber ducky and then walk away.
A rubber ducky, sometimes referred to as a bad USB, is a USB drive that a computer or device detects as a USB keyboard and then executes scripts called payloads. One can make a device like this for as little as $5. This quite literally raises the limit of how one could use flock safety devices to their imagination. You can clone or decompile the apps. You could send the video stream data to a remote server. You could use it as a botnet client for malware. You could have it capture Wi-Fi handshake credentials and do middleman or honeypot attacks, or replace or modify captured footage or images. And if that is the case, this could bring into question the integrity of the data being used as admissible evidence in court, like in general, unless of course they prosecute.
What? So you could do that as well? So like this stuff is being used. Like what did that CEO say? How like he was like, oh, this has been used in countless crimes, or in the investigations and court proceedings for countless crimes in Denver. And what they're talking about here is someone could hack these things and just replace the footage or doctor the footage, and people are relying on that to kind of, you know, put people behind bars and make crime, erase crime in its entirety from the whole of the United States of America. That's what the CEO keeps claiming. Now, this is where the kind of civil liberties versus, you know, surveillance capitalism rhetoric, the rubber hits the road with it. Because up until now, it's all been, oh, well, should you allow somebody to surveil you? Is that acceptable, even if it's with the pretense of fighting crime? And now it's just like, well, you know, let's just say you do go down that path and you're happy that, you know, to relinquish your civil rights in order to allow someone to better police you. That footage is questionable anyway, or that product is questionable anyway, because people can hack that shit and change the reality of the evidence that it's producing. Far out.
Could prove that a security breach wasn't detected. And about that,
the apps that are installed that are custom of the vendor all have debug enabled, which on these types of devices, on Android devices, means that you can pause them in runtime and modify the memory, right? Which gives you system injection. System can write properties, and in this case, there's one that you can modify, a cleanup script that is ran as root. You can consider it either a wireless RCE or a gated wireless RCE that goes from no access to root, which is the worst case.
This means that malicious code can be installed and executed outside of the operating system. So like when you first turn on a computer and see the BIOS screen where the system does its little self-check, it could exist right there, acting as a superior to Windows or iOS or whatever it is that you're booting into. Multi-factor authentication or two-factor authentication or two-step verification is part of our daily lives. We use it when we log into everything from Gmail to TikTok to our banks and nearly everything in between. But not all 2FA is equal, and different types have their own strengths and weaknesses. For example, some 2FAs simply pop up on your phone or your desktop and ask you if you've just logged in from a certain device or region, in which you can approve or decline the new device. This is an excellent security protocol if you're sitting at home in Kansas and see that somebody from Bangladesh just used your password. But if I'm sitting in your driveway in Kansas, or especially if I'm using your Wi-Fi using a device like this, I can clone your Wi-Fi signal and then send a deauthorization or deauth signal to your device's MAC address. Either you will notice this and try to reconnect, or your computer or phone will automatically reconnect, and now you'd be accessing your own network through my device. I could use a script to clone the login page of whatever credentials I'm trying to get, and then feed it to you, capturing your session and, depending on the service, your username and password. Then, as expected, you would get a two-step verification asking you if you just logged in, and you would say yes, granting me access. This means that when it comes to credentials like this, even with 2FA or MFA, a police surveillance company's security can only be as good as the least security-minded person with access to that system. If you're wondering how low this security bar can go with clients, you'll be disappointed to know that Flock Safety doesn't require two-factor authentication with some police departments. Yes, you heard that right. The security process you go through when you log into Disney Plus is just too much to ask some police departments to do when accessing confidential.
That's the best animation so far. No, so good. That's fucking mental, isn't it? So like this is being targeted specifically at law enforcement who have incredible powers that are granted to them by society in order to, you know, keep everything going. We grant them incredible power. And so they have systems that are in place, which, if accessed by the general population, can be corrupted, can be used by bad actors, can be used for nefarious means. And so if they've got access to this incredible surveillance technology, and they're using that even to clamp down on people and fight crime and solve crimes at an incredible rate never thought possible by humanity before. And you don't even have to check in to get access to this properly. You don't even have to verify your identity to get access to this stuff that is questionably an overreach to start with. That's crazy. Maybe they don't want to pay for the extra service of the two-factor identification. That's just, that's crazy, isn't it?
Information and the location of, in some cases, virtually everyone. When I first found this out, I simply couldn't believe it. And neither could US Senator Wyden's team, which is why it's among the issues leading to a request for the FTC to open an investigation into the company on the grounds of national security. Fortunately, there's a super easy solution to this, a USB or NFC authenticator. It costs as little as $10 and you just plug it in or wave it in front of your device for the second layer of authentication. And if this is too much hassle for an able-bodied police officer or employee to use, then maybe they shouldn't have access to secure information. It's really frustrating to spend this much time talking about a problem when a very simple and common sense solution to that problem has existed since day one. A concerning amount of hard-coded information is stored inside Flock Safety cameras, and we'll hear all about it in the next vulnerabilities on this list, but within this information is a list of Wi-Fi network names. So I set up a dummy network with one of these Wi-Fi names. Then, when removing the SIM card or when the device couldn't find an LTE signal, some of our Flock Safety cameras happily connected to the dummy network and routed upstream traffic through it. Others seemingly prioritized my dummy network by default, regardless of if it had a SIM card in it or not. So I captured the PCAP data being transmitted from one of these cameras for a little while, and analyzed it with Wireshark and Unblob, which is an open source extraction suite. And sure enough, there were clear text credentials in the data. These exact vulnerabilities were originally disclosed by John in April, another in September, and with another pending. This attack requires knowing the name or credentials of the Wi-Fi networks the camera is looking for. But what concerns me more is that this information wasn't in an encrypted upstream to begin with, which means that by using a professional grade SDR or IMSI catcher, which is more or less a DIY Stingray device, a malicious hacker could just hijack the LTE connection and then do the exact same thing without needing to know these network names or even being physically near the camera. This could also allow a more modern version of a
See, what he was arguing as well, the CEO, is that this is all encrypted, and so even if he wanted to get access to this stuff, he can't. So like, it must be encrypted only at the server level. So once the data actually gets into the server, then anyone trying to access data post fact is then like the encryption happens there. The encryption is not happening from individual feeds into the system. So like when it's sending the data from the original source, like at the time, at the point of capture, it's not encrypted information at that point when it's like feeding back into the system. And so like anyone can just get access to that. Like the craziest part about this so far is that people can dock that. And so like if they're really relying on, like, this whole business model has been built around this narrative, this objective that they are going to solve all crimes. Like 70% of crimes, I think he was saying, are related to license plates, or like people use vehicles in those crimes. And if they just had a license plate, they'd be able to knock all of this stuff out of the park. And like the objective is, as the CEO has said, is like they're going to eliminate crime. And if they're going to eliminate crime on something that can easily be hacked, like maybe that's the point. Like maybe that's the point. Like the stuff that we're seeing with the Epstein situation at the moment just goes to show you how much blackmail and intrigue there is at the high levels of power, and how they basically have information and dirt on each other, and then they will use that information and dirt to cut deals and maintain their power. So like maybe it is open, this stuff, so soon AI or intelligence services or persons using this type of technology just are able to upload false information to this 80,000 plus strong camera network and say, you were here, we got footage of it. It's like, no, I wasn't. Yeah, well, we fucking got you. We got you. We got your license plate. We got your details. They'll upload AI doctored footage, and like that'll be grounds with the new legislation they have against, trans Tifa, and against people who are anti-capitalist and people who are, disrupting ICE raids, people that are protesting on university campuses against the state of Israel, and who are, pro-Palestinian or something like that. We got all this footage of you. We understand what you've been up to. You're next. We caught you on this airtight block safety network. You're done, buddy. Someone say docking. The GOP should be all over this tech.
Tempest attack, which I'll demonstrate in a few minutes, and that's where a hacker could decode the motion JPEG video stream. I actually tried to accomplish this as I love puzzles, but unfortunately time forced me to choose between decoding the pixel sequence or finishing this video, and here we are. When I recreated John's research on these devices, as previously shown, it was as clear to me as it was to John when he first discovered it that they inadequately protected credentials, API keys, passwords, and more. As I mentioned, the GainSec blog and the papers have a lot more details on this for the technically minded, but I'm going to use this segment to talk about some of the other troubling things that were found stored in the camera. On Flock Safety's website, it is stated that they do not capture or record data of people, but only vehicles. They also state that data and footage is encrypted throughout the entire life cycle, and that data is automatically removed from devices after 7 days. Speaking for myself, when I recreated John's research across multiple devices, I confirmed exactly what he was seeing. If Flock Safety's cameras in the wild are operating like the ones we researched, this would be a clear contradiction to their statements. Firstly, when I moved in front of the camera, the radar module triggered the camera module to take a picture of me. Then the onboard AI looked for a license plate and didn't find one, but it stored the image anyway to a separate folder. Now this doesn't seem to target people. It will also take a picture of my hand if I move it in front of the lens, or a picture of my desk if I move the device. But what I observed were the devices intentionally saving the footage, not erasing it. Secondly, throughout the entire...
This is surveillance capitalism. Surveillance capitalism doesn't particularly, as Shoshana very nicely put it, they don't actually know if they're going to turn data into value or not. But scraping any, like, remember what how she described it? Anyone who brushes up against technology that is connected to the World Wide Web. Yeah, I said it earlier and you weren't here. And 4S was like, say the thing. I was like, yeah, well, if Jag was here, he would have already asked me. Shoshana, baby, please. She said, like, anyone who brushes up against this technology, just brushes up against it. Like, you leave a trail of data. And so what he's describing here is it's ostensibly used for license plate recognition, but like you move in front of this thing and it will save you in a separate folder. And like that information might not do anything. But then if you get Clearview AI or Palantir's database or some other company, and then they can conglomerate that data that you've got and they can timestamp it, locate it. They ask for things that fit this data mold, and then they can use their systems, their incredibly powerful systems with incredibly powerful computational abilities to just crunch reams of data almost instantaneously. They can cross-reference information about you. They just have to have the data there on scale, and then they can figure out later how to turn that into value. So we create data. We leave it behind just by existing. They capture it, and then they will find eventually a marketable application for that data. They might not use all of it. Maybe they might not use any of it, but you never know. And if there is a police force, if there is some type of pre-crime algorithm being developed out there, and they've got you, they've got your locations, they've been following you or taking pictures of you in the public domain, and it's in a miscellaneous folder somewhere, but it's been stamped with a little bit of metadata, then it could be conglomerated by some system somewhere, and like they could be profiling you. This is how it all comes together. But you need it collected on scale, and you need someone with the means of production, the technology, the power to turn that, to process all of that information that humans just could never do, but machines definitely can, to process that into actual value for someone. This is fucking crazy shit. So they've set up a company to track licenses, but they're capturing anything that moves in front of the camera. That's just another cat. Oh well. Data is like condoms. Better to have it but not need it, rather than to need it and not have it. Yeah, well, that's the surveillance capitalist ethos right there.
Process of verifying John's research, I didn't crack or decrypt a single thing. Any of the information, footage, or data that you see or hear about in this video was unencrypted at runtime. And finally, when going through the files and temp folders of the Falcon cameras, we absolutely found images older than 7 days. In fact, John found stored images that were captured when the camera was triggered inside the factory where the device was made. So hypothetically, this suggests that if you had a camera deployed and pointed at your front door, one could access this data and figure out when you entered or exited your house.
Isn't that fucking crazy? They when they're testing it in the factory, they could go through the folder and find that footage. Mental.
For about as long as modern search engines have existed, so has dorking. So Googling looks like this, and dorking looks like this. And if you're really well versed in dorking, you'll start finding things that weren't necessarily intended to be public. I'm a pretty solid dorker, and I use it constantly for researching videos like this one. Josh, however, is a legitimate expert at dorking.
So I'm Joshua Michael. I'm technology obsessive, and I founded Nexina AI, which is a all-source intelligence firm focusing in privacy and personal cybersecurity.
This is the exact Google search I used to find an exposed flock safety demo site. reveal how their system traces cars, maps patrol vehicles, and can soon build full investigation profiles on people. At first glance, it was a UI demo site meant to just show off how cool their buttons look. As I looked deeper, it contained 5,000 lines of source code for a search platform, and buried in the code was a live API key.
And an API stands for Application Programming Interface, which basically allows a computer to contact another computer without having to deal with all the clunky things like user interfaces and buttons. The confidentiality of API keys and tokens like this are sometimes more important than things like usernames and passwords, because in many cases, the token alone grants you the same access but without front-end security measures like CAPTCHA or two-step verification.
And it had access to over 50 private layers that I didn't dare touch because I'm too handsome for prison. I used open source intelligence to see what data is stored in ArcGIS. Let me show you some of the things I found that police departments and Flock Safety are storing on ArcGIS. This Flock Safety map, it's obviously a demo, but it shows that they'd store registration data. So names, emails, how many cameras, and a field to attach files, whatever that may be. Carrollton Police Department, this is no good. The exposed API key may have granted us access to track live patrol car locations. Also on the naughty list is Aurora, Colorado, or maybe Flock Safety. I don't actually know who owns this map. It's Flock Safety, leaking another ArcGIS layer with officers' names, phone numbers, emails, and even their expected patrol areas. This is the worst one, coming out of Dallas, Texas. A map layer with 6,000 records of hot list alerts containing license plates, the reasons why they're on that list, the exact location detected, the camera that caught them, and the time that they went by. Anyone could Google, find this map, and trace these people's movement patterns for 5 months. Also going to note the reason category has someone in there for just suspect and a bunch.
Has anyone heard of this phenomenon before? Any of the tech people that are listening to this? Dorking? Being able to use a Google search. Is dorking some weird Gen Z term for what we used to call research? You dorking, bro? No cap, skibbity toilet with the Riz? Well, that's what I was just asking as well. Like, this is very interesting terminology, like using Google effectively to do searches. If you actually knew how to do it properly. Very interesting. And he's saying that you can find this information out if you know how to dork properly.
bunch of others literally have no reason and are blank.
So let's back it up for a second. If you call 911 and the dispatcher deems it an emergency requiring police, most modern police cars have a GPS module installed that reports back to dispatch. That way they can efficiently contact the police nearest the event and expedite the response time. Flock Safety and many of its clients use third-party services that make sense of this constant stream of data, and all of that data is handled with an API. Just a few weeks ago, two security researchers, Alexa Feminella and James Zhang, wrote a report discovering that ArcGIS had been compromised by a Chinese state-sponsored hacking group called Flex Typhoon. The report from InfoSecurity magazine states the hackers allegedly targeted a legitimate public-facing ArcGIS application. This is software that allows organizations to manage spatial data for disaster recovery, emergency management, and other critical functions. This is just a very recent example of what could be compromised with sensitive API information for geospatial platforms. This is probably, in real-world scenarios, the least concerning vulnerability in this video, but one of the most fascinating ones, and very few consumer or security cameras, displays, or network manufacturers.
If you use Google the wrong way, are you de-dorking, undorking, faux-dorking? Good bloody question. No, you're just not a dork, eh? You're just a fucking normie, bro. Eh? Just using it like every other pleb. Gotta use it like these guys. Wish I knew how to dork. Far out. You just gotta be a dork. You'll get it. Yeah, fair enough.
Have the means or know how to test for it. At some level, this device that you're watching this video on is leaking non-ionizing electromagnetic radiation. And if the R word is unsettling, non-ionizing means no DNA damage. Phones leak it, monitors leak it, microphones leak it, camera modules leak it, most modern electronic devices leak it. But some of these leaking electromagnetic waves are resonating and modulating in parity with the signal. And if you can isolate the resonating frequencies, you can, with a lot of trial and error, decode the signal. Or in other words, words, spy on the device. The Tempest attack is something that the CIA and NSA used and experimented with ever since World War II, which is how it got its cool-sounding name. Back when we all used CRT televisions and monitors, there was generally a whole lot more RF leakage, so it was a much bigger risk to national security. These days, a practical Tempest attack would involve some time finding and decoding the signal, and then placing an RF bug on or near the source, which could transmit the data remotely. You need a software-defined radio with a lot of bandwidth, RF probes, a directional antenna, and a spectrum analyzer. On the newer Flock satellite cameras, I noticed that there was an unusual amount of RF leakage coming from the camera module itself, the proprietary coaxial port, and the 8-pin DIN port on the back. Initially, using an RF probing kit, an oscilloscope, a spectrum analyzer, and a hack RF, I was able to isolate a few various ranges of modulated signals. Then I brought the camera into another room to rule out localized interference and tested these signals as well as common integer quotients of those frequencies. Using an RF probe, I found an exploitable leak between 592 and 594 megahertz. Then, using a periodic log antenna and a 20 decibel low noise amplifier, I was able to point the RF gun at the device as far as 6 feet away and make out what the camera was capturing. In this case, me. Obviously, the quality and lack of color leaves a lot to be desired, but that's just because the software-defined radio I was using to pick this up just didn't have the bandwidth for that kind of quality. If someone were to use a professional-grade multi-channel...
Wanna dog with me, bruv? Nah, my data is leaking. This is some crazy shit, man. It's just like, so this whole piece is really just demonstrating how vulnerable these things are that are now across the board almost in the US. And they're being rolled out because of this, you know, gap in the market. And for them, like, the reason this type of stuff hasn't taken hold is because it's not accessible to people with their usual, I don't know, municipality budgets. They can't afford all this sort of stuff. So they provide the cheap shit with cheap leasing requirements. They provide all the servers. And so, like, we'll manage your data for you. We'll give you stuff. It's like, you know, easy to set up. It's got its own power source. But like the compromise is the fact that the source itself, the visual link itself, is easily compromised by someone that obviously knows what they're doing. But, you know, this isn't just like general surveillance, as in like monitoring a public space just in case something happens and somebody needs to refer to it. The intention of this is to eliminate crime. This is being used as evidence, and it is not only corruptible, but its integrity is just completely questionable. His integrity is just completely questionable. FYI, you can spy on people using a computer, using a microphone near the keyboard, or a laser pointed at the window near the keyboard, or flying a drone holding a malicious mouse dongle near the keyboard. They are called side channel attacks. Interesting. That's crazy. I remember hearing Alex Karp talk about his office at Palantir headquarters, wherever that is. And he has some device on his windows that like constantly vibrates through the window. As well as, I think there's vibration and maybe some type of light pulse or something that goes across the window. And it's supposed to stop people from being able to use devices to listen in and see what he's doing or something like that. Like, damn. But I guess Palantir speaks about some pretty crazy shit.
SDR board with higher resolution sample rates, the quality of the Tempest attack output can be nearly as good as its source. But due to the high cost of equipment and the knowledge and time required to execute an attack like this, most consumer device manufacturers and owners do not need to be super worried about this. However, if a device is being used for something related to national security, government use, or public surveillance, this absolutely needs to be protected against. This is just my opinion here, but most of these things are entirely preventable and the result of prioritizing growth over painfully obvious industry standard security measures like multi-factor authentication. Another really obvious low-hanging fruit here is using mobile phone operating systems and hardware for a government surveillance camera. The Falcon, the Sparrow, and likely Flex LPR devices, or the cameras you most commonly see all over the country, were running Android Things 8 or 8.1, which was discontinued in 2021, and that includes security updates. At this time, there are over 900 published vulnerabilities for this OS. Like, someone please explain to me why there are even cameras in the wild recording public activity that aren't even running on supported software. If your phone or your computer or your home security system stopped being supported and you understood how bad this could make your life, you'd probably be inclined to throw them in the garbage. The way this is supposed to work is when you discover a vulnerability, you attempt to reach out to the company and you give them a 90-day window to release a patch. No shout out, reward, compensation, or bounty is required. However, after those 90 days pass, the discoverer can then post a detailed write-up. Alternatively, some go the bug bounty route, where you report it and get a monetary or reputational reward. However, as explained by John and Josh, this route has commonly started to include non-disclosure agreements. This means that even if the company decides not to pay a reward, the discoverer cannot legally disclose the issue publicly.
So they did offer me a bug bounty. It wasn't very specific, and it included an NDA prior to knowing anything more. I don't think you're going to improve cybersecurity as a whole through not talking about it.
Early February, I reached out. Yeah, I disclosed, I want to say 7 to 12 vulnerabilities maybe, for the license plate reader and the gunshot detection. They responded within like a day and a half, and immediately asked for a video chat, in which, you know, I obliged, you know, talking about joint PR statements and so on and so forth. What ended up happening was they released a PR statement about a month and a half before the 3 months ended, so pretty fairly quickly, without telling me, without referencing me or referencing the issues that I ended up publishing. They also never gave me any confirmation that anything was fixed.
There's something really unnerving about going on record with legislators or media and talking about national security. I don't fully understand what defines a threat to national security, and it seems like the type of topic where you don't want to make any mistakes. So I just didn't mention it and kept that term out of my mouth, and I just provided our research to those who could. And according to Oregon Senator Wyden and Illinois Representative Krishnamurthy, well, in their words, Flock has unnecessarily exposed Americans' sensitive personal data to theft by hackers and foreign spies.
Oh man. Fuck. I wonder how long it's going to take for this to disseminate throughout the empire, this stuff. So technology can do all of this, but I can't get another 5 seconds of footage when Tyler Robinson allegedly took the shot from a prone position. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? They shut that one down real quick. Have you heard anything about Tyler Robinson ever since? Apart from the usual people just like drumming up fear about like some type of left-wing trans-Tifa insurgency and memorializing Charlie Kirk. Have you actually heard any more details about that situation? It's interesting. All right. We are going to have a bit of we're going to have a break for a couple of minutes. We might come back to this. Like, this is too technical for me. It's over the top of my head, but the implications are real. Like, let's be honest. The implications are fucking massive. Everyone's just waiting for the trial. Yeah, fair enough. So we're gonna have a quick break. We'll come back. I'm not gonna watch the whole of this. Like I said, I am just not technically savvy, but the implications are fucking huge of this stuff. Absolutely huge. This is being like used to not only surveil public spaces and capture data on people generally, but it's being used against people because it is being used as evidence to fight against crime. And it is just not robust technology in the first place. Market decision, again, what they're talking about here is, he's mentioned it. He said, look, this stuff, like if there were security standards around this, we have a lot of this covered. We have these type of security measures on existing camera technology in the public realm. But this is about, and like I called it He said this is just about rolling out this technology en masse. It's about complete market capture. This whole, oh wow, it's only 7 years old, this company. Look how well you're doing. This is all just code for tech bro talk. And tech bro talk is move fast, break things. If you're a venture capitalist from Silicon Valley and you're advising a company that you think is going to be the next big thing, you say, to hell with the regulations, to hell with the safety concerns, to hell with any of the problems, dominate the market, and we will figure this shit out later. When people investigate, start asking questions, we will put things on to check that. But like the biggest thing you need to worry about is completely monopolizing and dominating a market. That is your number one concern. So all this security stuff, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Let's just get the cameras out there. And so that just shows you where the interest is. It is more about the market and capturing the market and the profitability that comes with that. And then once everyone's addicted to this technology and they need it just to do their simple services that the taxpayer pays for, then we will go through systematically, if necessary, and rejig the technology. Easier to ask for forgiveness than permission. Yeah, pretty much. That's the surveillance capitalist playbook as written by none other than Peter Thiel. Get big, get scale, then we can talk about all of the externalities and the issues. That's the surveillance capitalist playbook. Cameras being used in tandem with device text during protests, immediately contacting law enforcement. Not dystopian at all. I know, right? Tell me about it. All right, quick break, and we will be back. It's some crazy shit. Seriously. It's crazy, crazy shit. So yeah, if we have the American audience, if you're watching this after the fact, keep an eye out. Even if you're watching this, yeah, after the fact and you get to this point, let me know in the comment section, actually, if you have seen this stuff before. You've seen any of these flock safety cameras around. It's just the same old Silicon Valley rhetoric. Just spread it out as much as possible. They've captured 6,000 cities out there that obviously have the budgets and the need for this type of technology. And yeah, they can lease out these cameras and use it to help fight crime. Just potentially using it just to unreasonably watch people. I see so many cameras every day in New York. I just assume I'm constantly being watched by someone. Yeah, I guess in an area as established as that, like they've got their own budget and infrastructure for all this sort of stuff. But for everyone else who hasn't been on top of this quick enough, and how do you turn your city into a smart city? They love that rhetoric in like urban design and like city planning. They love that smart city stuff. Like, you know, you can watch what people are doing. It's great for the market. You can see where the trends are. If you can count how many people are on the street, then you know how to support your business sector, because you can see the cars coming and going. You can see when they're parking, when they're populating a certain area, and then you can use that for your planning. You can figure out where your needs are in the city. All this smart city rhetoric. It's just data extraction. And then you can you can predict people's behavior, and then you can end up changing their behavior. It's crazy. So maybe this is the suburban answer to more of a decentralized surveillance network, right? Not many people will escape from a crime on foot, I'm assuming, in like the heart of New York. Just get stuck in traffic. Easier to ask for forgiveness than permission. When my marketing course lecturer said those words, better to ask for forgiveness than permission, I was like, I'm out of here. Hey, what? Your moral code getting in the way of your marketing indoctrination? Hey, there, Wuzo. Is that right? Too bad for you. I love how we are calling them startups and not billionaire-funded societal problems. Little did they know forcing musicians to make YouTube videos for side income because of how bad the music industry is would lead to them taking down the technocratic surveillance state. Interesting. I don't know if they're going to take it down, though. I wouldn't go that far. It's a bizarre world we live in where a McDonald's worker has more responsibility for their actions than these companies. That's hilarious. That's pretty good. I'll take that. These things are $2,500 of taxpayer money each. Each one of those cameras would pay 1,000 meals at a soup kitchen. Is that legit? That's mental, isn't it? That's mental, yeah. That's mental. Let's see. What's the maths on this? If this guy is legit. What was it? There's 80,000 of these across the US at the moment. Times, what did he say? 2,500 each. How many zeros is that? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. It's $200 million just in the tech alone. That's crazy. The hardware. 200 million. They disguise their surveillance as digital ad panels with free Wi-Fi and a place to charge your phone called Link NYC. That's interesting. Free Wi-Fi and a place to charge your phone. Yeah, that's like one thing I learned ages ago. Like, if you can avoid it, of course, never go on a free Wi-Fi service. Never do it. Never use free Wi-Fi. Or like even if you're in like a, I don't know, a shop, use their Wi-Fi. Like just use your own data kind of thing. Because that's how they get in and they get access to stuff. Link NYC. Not much different from Jacinta Allen spending 13 million to make machete bins. LOL. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. All right. Okay, we're gonna shift gears now, and like this is actually something that I've wanted to look into for a while, and I just thought this would be interesting. Let's have a look here. Actually, no, we have looked at this in the past, so I did want to have a look at this, but like something's come out recently with regards to our mate Chomsky, of all people, and Jeffrey Epstein. Now, if you recall, I don't know, like, how long ago did we do this? Like, I don't know, 4 or 5 months ago. We got a hot tip about your boy, Noam Chomsky, you know, the dissident intellectual of our age, you know, especially of the 20th century, let's say. And like he's been up to, you know, he's been the face behind a lot of dissenting political discussion for the good part of like half a century, at least, right? And so Jeffrey Epstein, moved 270,000 for Noam Chomsky. He was kind of, yeah, I remember when we were talking about it, I was like, no way he's implicated. And now we're here. So like, just to refresh your memory, Jeffrey Epstein paid to Leon Botstein and transferred 270 between accounts for Chomsky. And so Botstein and Chomsky met multiple times with Epstein after he was a registered sex offender, the Wall Street Journal recently reported. Chomsky, a political activist and professor, told the Journal that they met occasionally to discuss political and academic topics. Occasionally to discuss political and academic topics? What's that about? They were among many academics, politicians, and business people who met with Epstein in the years after he pleaded guilty in 2008 to soliciting and procuring a minor for prostitution. And like one minor, like it's potentially countless the amount of people he did that with as well. He was charged in 2019 with sex trafficking and died in jail. Oh, what happened there? Where's the one on Chomsky? In response to the questions from the Journal, Chomsky confirmed that he received a March 2018 transfer of roughly 270,000 from Epstein's linked account. He said it was restricted to a rearrangement of my own funds, did not involve one penny from Epstein. Chomsky explained that he asked Epstein for help with a technical matter that he said involved the disbursement of common funds related to his first marriage. My late wife died 15 years ago after a long illness. We paid no attention to financial issues, he said in an email that CC'd his current wife. We asked Epstein for advice. The simplest way seemed to be transfer funds from one account in my name to another by way of his office. Chomsky said he didn't hire Epstein. It was a simple, quick transfer of funds. Well, why would you get Epstein to simply transfer funds from you? When initially asked about his relationship with Epstein, Chomsky had told the Journal, first response is that it's none of your business. Such a Chomsky response. Or firstly, it's none of your business. Or anyone's. Second is that I knew him and we met occasionally. Now, if you know anything about the history of what Epstein does as a financier, Epstein really has been listed as a forensic financier consultant for the billionaire class of the world. This isn't just a Wall Street thing. he made his mark at Bear and Stearns, which is like kind of a hedge fund, Wall Street kind of, finance company, let's say. And so he was let go after some controversy happened, but then he went on to found his own business operation. So people have described him as like some type of mathematical genius. What I think really that comes down to is he's got a knack for finding out schemes and like tax evasion strategies and ways to move money around and play global markets in a way that is very profitable. I think he's just got a knack for moving money and investigating sources and figuring out what legislative requirements are so you can do certain things within an acceptable boundary before that gets shut down as being suspicious activity. And so after he left Bear Stearns, what happened was he started getting picked up by various people who had lost money in dodgy transactions. Like we're talking about multi-millionaires and billionaires and like people who are heads of state. Like he would go and help people in the Middle East, like, sheikhs and heads of state who had lost money because some weapons deal went down and the money like all dried up from this other party. And so like some Arab sheikh or something like that would get Epstein in as like a forensic accountant to try and claw that money back. He'd somehow find the money and then that person would take over from there and go and, break some legs to get the money back. So like Epstein just has this kind of knack for finance and like reading markets and all that sort of stuff. So like, maybe he is a mathematical genius, whatever, but his role for the, how like we've quoted him saying things like he works with clients that have a portfolio of no less than $1 billion. Well, that's obviously not the case if he's working for Chomsky, but like his skills in transferring money have been things like finding avenues for the ultra wealthy to get back money that they might have missed on some dodgy deal that was associated potentially with organized crime. I'm not saying that that's what Chomsky has been associated with. He's associated with organized crime or some type of underhanded practice, but like Chomsky has needed the service of someone whose job for the rich and powerful has been to locate money, like store money, settle money in some type of weird divorce settlement and like hide their funds. He's hid hundreds of millions of dollars from like the mega wealthy in like different accounts around the world while they settled their divorce cases so their old spouse didn't get access to half of their shit. So he's done stuff like that. That's what Epstein made a name for. And he would take a cut. He would get payments for that. And it worked his way up to being, Mr. Billionaire himself and joining the billionaire club. And so if Chomsky is using his services to help transfer money out, like if you really want to transfer money between one account to another, then go to your local bank. They'll help you transfer money around. Like you hire or you use the services of someone like Epstein to help locate money. Maybe there was $270,000 that he said here, which had gone missing. His late wife had stolen from him, or there's some type of organization that had taken money that he'd been involved with. They were holding it over him. They weren't paying him back, something like that. Epstein was the type of guy that could go in, get access to that cash somehow, and then figure out a way for you to get it back. And so if Chomsky was soliciting his services and they would meet up sometimes, talk about politics, so they had a relationship, then he's probably needing someone like Epstein because there's something particularly irregular going on with that $270,000. Maybe one of his late wife's family members are making off with some of his assets and it's really his and he wants it back. And, it's not really a job for law enforcement or, some type of financial service outside of it. And like Epstein is the type of guy, but Epstein's role and skill set was that recovering cash for rich and powerful people that might have misinvested or might have actually deliberately invested in illegal activities and helping them recover that money. So you really have to question what the fuck Chomsky has been doing. And it's none of anyone's business because, you know, he doesn't want anyone prying around in that type of stuff. Epstein had a deep interest in cutting edge science and eugenics just to make it even more creepy. Yeah. And he's associated with Peter Thiel as well. They invested in each other's companies, and he invested in one of Epstein's, I don't know what it was, like a financial company or something like that, that was held by the Epstein Trust. And so Peter Thiel actually has money still invested in like the only financial enterprise that hasn't been kind of assumed by the state as part of criminal proceedings against Epstein. And yeah, Peter Thiel has kind of a stake in all of that. The question no one is asking is what made Epstein such a threat to people that they would pay up. This is not the sort of thing that you can give someone the carrot treatment to get it back. It takes the threat of the stick. So what stick is so big that would scare a billionaire? Their world seems to be crafted, like legitimately crafted around blackmail. But like he was incredible with his money, and so if he made the right investments with other people's money and like ensured that he would get a cut of that, which is what he was doing. Like he was apparently, so the story goes, Epstein had executive power, was an executor of Wexner's estate, Les Wexner, who is a prominent American billionaire from Ohio, I believe. And so like this billionaire gave Epstein a billionaire giving somebody else executive power. So like to make decisions, sign off on things on their behalf with their name. A billionaire was giving him this power, and it was because people saw this talent in him and they wanted to use his services and all that sort of stuff. And so like he would have been able to funnel so much money into endeavors and like, you know, take some of that, you know, take a commission and just amass money and then continue to do that on his own, and it amassed his own wealth from his association with the rich and the powerful. Like he would have been able to do that sort of stuff, but like he definitely would have had some. I'm just saying this amount of blackmail and fear isn't possible by one person. It would take state funding. Where he was on the payroll, apparently, of both Mossad and the CIA. Hence why he got that sweet deal, apparently, that sweetheart deal, when he was originally convicted by federal officers in, I want to say, Florida. That original time, they actually told them to back off because he was CIA. So he was definitely on the CIA payroll, definitely on Mossad's payroll. So he was being paid by the CIA, by Mossad and the state of Israel to run espionage and blackmail services for them. So he wasn't just blackmailing people because he just liked blackmail. He was actually doing it on behalf of intelligence services. And that was because by this time, he was rubbing shoulders with the most rich and powerful people out there, the bourgeoisie of the world. He sounds like an agent of the US government in all but name. Well, of two states apparently. And like, I don't even know if his preferences were even towards the US government. They might have been secondary to his original ties to Israel and Mossad through the Maxwells. So Ghislaine Maxwell seems to be this like, oh, innocent girlfriend of Epstein's just got mixed up in his life. No, she seems to be, if nothing else, not just the partner in crime, but the architect of a lot of the stuff that he got up to, especially when it came to sex trafficking. Maybe not the financial stuff, but definitely the sex trafficking stuff that he's been accused of. Anyway, long story short, you go to Epstein when you are rich and powerful and you have questionable, very, very questionable problems with your money. And at a certain point, that's all he would do for the rich and the powerful. He made his networks, and then he became that type of person himself, and he didn't have to provide that service anymore, even though people still used his services. And it would seem Chomsky's done the exact same thing. Chomsky's like, look, I know you've got this skill. Can you find this money for me? It seems more like that. And everyone's like, well, he just transferred money into my bank account. Calm the fuck down. Well, it's just like, and where did that money come from? You know, why was he looking for $270,000 for you, Chomsky? Where'd this come from? I mean, technically 2 states, yes, but do we actually believe Israel and the US are separate anymore? That's hilarious. I was actually saying to someone the other day that the US, so the imperial core, it might be the US. However, I think it has like kind of 2 nodes of administrative power, and that would be Washington and Tel Aviv, I guess. But yeah. Yes, they're one state. I agree with that theory. I think that is, and I'll tell you the controversial part of that theory. It's not Washington that's in control in that relationship either. I actually think it is more Israel that has the dominance in that relationship, which is strange to think about, to be honest. Risk equals thrill. Excitement for people who can have anything they want comes with a different price. That's an interesting insight. Yes. Jericho, welcome. Maxwell was the handler, just like Daddy was. Yeah, crazy. What do you buy when you've bought everything? Experiences. Yeah. So, like, what was Chomsky soliciting his services for? What? Why did Chomsky need that 270? Maybe he just needed it from his ex-wife, and someone else took off with it, and Epstein was just helping him track that down. Or maybe there was something more nefarious. Maybe he's been mixed up. Like, because Chomsky, at the same time we found out all this stuff about him being related to Epstein, we're also finding out about his ties to the CIA. And like, not that that has to be nefarious, but like the CIA have obviously been all over research universities and institutes, and MIT. That's their bread and butter. They're a research university, and so the CIA would be all over MIT like a rash, and so he's probably rubbed shoulders with CIA people all the time anyway. But like, you know, who knows like what type of advice, conversations he's had, how he gets some of his knowledge on stuff, whether he's been some big psyop. And like, yeah, let them talk about this stuff. This is the stuff that they should be talking about, not focus on all of this stuff. Look at the head, like, you know, don't look over here. And Chomsky potentially has been like given information by them so he can talk about particular things that the CIA are happy to be, you know, edge conversation topics. Oh yeah. Debsog seems to be walking the owner at the moment. It always been the 51st state. Yeah. British intelligence is above Israel, and the bankers are above MI6. Ah, you reckon? Yeah, I've heard that theory as well, that they're still largely in control. Oh yeah, the dog. Oh, sorry, right. The dog seems to be walking the owner at the moment, but it's always been the 51st state. Yeah, it's interesting. Experience or feeling of power they thought they would get from all the money. What better way to feel power than child abuse and virtually no consequences? Yeah, and like literally like indiscriminate killing of people as well. That's what they like. Look what happened to Epstein. Like, as powerful as he was, and all the experiences he could buy and get away with, when he was a threat, they killed him. They got rid of him. Like, they didn't want him in the hands of anyone that could extract information from him. And so, like, not only do they, like, and like some of the stuff, you know, it's not just child abuse, the stuff that I have been reading about in a book on all of this stuff. Like, it is, you know, the Pizzagate stuff and the crazy kind of conspiracy theories on what really happens behind closed doors. There's a lot of the, you know, they talk about it paying for an experience. Like, they get to decide who lives and dies and what happens to the bodies and what they do to people before they end up killing them. It's not just, you know, abuse. It's any type of sick fancy that you can experience, if you know what I mean. I will have to find the clip of Eric Weinstein explaining how all the best minds in physics get funneled into 2 colleges in America, and Epstein was sticking his nose, LOL, into that world. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. Anyway, Chomsky brought it up for a reason, re-brought it up, like, rehashing that story. But, like, let's have a look here, because this came up recently and to my attention. And so I thought I would share it with you. Was emails related to Epstein that, like, Control F Chomsky name comes up in them as well. So here's that. Oh, no, you can't say that. Let me move it. It's a bit better. So, like, I don't know the order of all of this stuff. It's a bit hard to say. It's a bit all over the place. But, like, we have, what's this? 2nd of December. Doesn't have a timestamp outside of that. December 2nd, 2015, 10:30 a.m. From Jeffrey E. To Lisa New. I don't know who Lisa. May I drop by before the new year, perhaps the 9th, 17th, the 18th. This is in 2015. To get your advice about my renewal of Templeton campaign. Templeton campaign, and also my needs in the coming year for poetry in America. Below is the letter I'm sending out to my friends and supporters. At the bottom, a message just for you. I'm in Cambridge, sat, question. That's ideal. And this is her responding to Jeffrey Epstein, this Lisa woman. That's ideal. Larry's away and I'll be working all day. I'm free anytime. And then the next message after that from Epstein is, do you know Chomsky? He's with me? What's that about? Did you want to send the below to Lisa? And then I'd like to speak to her. Do you want to send the below to Lisa or have me ask her? So, like, he's just, again, Control F, it seems. Anything with Chomsky tagged in it has been looked at through the lens of this email investigation. So, like, Chomsky is with me, baby. So Chomsky and Epstein around 2015, hey? They seem to know each other very well, apparently. So here we go. So what's this? On Monday, December 26th, 5:51 a.m. I think it's chronological, all this stuff. Yeah, I think it works. Hi, happy Hanukkah. Has anyone in the past made a linguistic model? So this is Epstein. Must be to Chomsky, right? A linguistic model that uses fields instead of definitions, similar to a magnetic field to some degree. There is no one vector that describes the word, but a field of them. Home surrounded by a field of definitions, not based on 3D space, but based on context. One could integrate over the field, see smoothness, strength, change. Not sure if it's useful, but having fun. So there's just like chilling, talking about, I don't know, linguistic theory. I guess that's what's happening here. And then Chomsky responds, for word meanings, the closest I can think of is something like this, is an array of meaning postulates. In Carnap's sense, something that Jeffrey Fodor, for one, has toyed with. Multi-dimensional, but not a field. I don't see how to work it out or extend it to the interpretations of longer units. Jeffrey responds, one of Donald's closest people said that, remember, he has written 3 books, which makes him one of the few people in the world that has written more books than he's read. What's that about? Okay, and then this is from Chomsky to Jeffrey Epstein the next day. I read what his ghostwriter said about him. Pretty scary. Reminds me of something I was told by John Snow, one of England's most sensible newsmen. He was with the press entourage accompanying Tony Blair on his visit to Saudi Arabia and walking around one of the palaces one day, he saw Blair sitting in a room with a book in his lap, which greatly surprised him. Until he came over to talk, it was the New Testament. And then Blair started telling about how delighted he and Sherry were about the gold door handles. I noticed that your prediction was right about Trump's avoiding the White House is far too primitive. Must be driving the Secret Service up the wall. I'll keep in mind what you say about Trump's tweets, but they are hard to ignore. Whatever he may think, others here and abroad can't help considering the meaning of the words and take action accordingly. About its meaning, it's not clear to me how to distinguish the meaning of New York, however it's correctly specified from the concept. Still don't see how to work out field models. So they're talking about like multiple things here, but they've brought up Trump, so they're both aware and discussing Trump. It seems like Epstein knew Trump quite well and personally to be able to tell him not to worry about his tweets. It's just Trump, don't worry about what he says, he's all right. So it seems like pretty chummy, these two. They seem pretty chummy enough to be asking each other to do favors and use each other's skill sets. And like, this is Valerie. So Valerie Chomsky, so she must come up in the Control F search for Chomsky. Valerie is his latest wife, Chomsky's latest wife. So let's see what she's... So Jeffrey Epstein wrote to Valerie, I guess. We called it. Valerie, yeah. Once you asked me who I would like to see talking to Noam, here is a guy. Can you arrange it? He could make good use of Noam's advices. I knew even before the primaries, announced in meetings, lunches and dinners, just to receive a look of contempt and disbelief. Now I want my position as a political analyst, preferably in the White House. Valerie. I wonder who they're talking about. Maybe they're talking about Trump, I guess. November 2016. He knew he was going to get elected. We called it. And yeah, once you asked me who I would like to see talking to Noam, here's a guy. Can you arrange it? Maybe they're talking about Trump there. Some interesting stuff. Have you seen the movie Eyes Wide Shut? No, I haven't seen it. I don't think it's the fear of consequences they haven't worried about for a long time. It's the sheer power trip over someone else. Just when you think you're getting to the truth, a whole other layer of the onion is exposed. Yeah, I know. Dunning-Kruger asks Epstein thoughts while high. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, they're just having a casual conversation. He was working with a guy named Zubair Khan, who was developing a model to predict the election. Interesting. And so that's what they're talking about. Here is a guy to predict the election. Yeah, interesting. So, like, yes, again, they appear to be well acquainted, these two. And so, like, it's not... And like, just being acquainted with Jeffrey Epstein, like, it's not, some trial by association here. That doesn't mean, like, he was up to anything nefarious. But what it really shows is the anarchist Noam Chomsky, who is the dissident, who is the model of understanding the inner workings of the state and the power structures in society and historically what they have done and how we can hold them to account. This person is immersed in the highest levels of the bourgeoisie. Like, these people, Epstein and co, these are billionaires, like multi-billionaires, some of them as well. And like, they really do control not only, domestic policy in the US, but they do control global policy, and they're worth blackmailing, controlling by deep state figures. So the state can keep a hold of them, but they keep a hold of the state. It's this it's like this, like I keep saying, this is objective fascism, where like you have private individuals that are worth billions of dollars that really do control the economy, but they also, they don't go completely rogue because the state has all of this dirt on them. And so the state keeps dirt on them. They control the economy and make a lot of the decisions, but like they don't go absolutely wild. And the state can keep them under wraps by just keeping tabs on like the crazy shit that they do because they're so rich and they want certain experiences. Then those experiences are damning in the public eye. Then, you know, they like in this weird dialectical and circular way, they kind of, the state through the intelligence services keeps the upper rungs of the bourgeoisie in control, and vice versa, the upper rungs of the bourgeoisie, the types of people that help certain elements of the state get into power and maintain their power. And like, you know, it's the revolving door stuff. When the people leave the deep state and the intelligence services, they move straight into the circles of the upper bourgeoisie, who really do run a lot of the stuff that we see around us. And so the crazy part is here that Chomsky is not only acquainted with these people, he is openly associating with the bourgeoisie, the type of people that he's supposedly against, the people that make the world an undemocratic cesspool for evil market forces that control, dominate, and destroy the lives of working people out there. He's always seen to have been a champion for little people, but, you know, more than happy to rub shoulders with them and ask them for favors when necessary. So it is stark to see how this all works. WTS dubs, bound by compromat. I don't know the term. Let's have a look. I wonder what type of term this is. Compromising information collected for use in blackmailing, discrediting, manipulating someone. Compromat. That's a sick word. Typically for political purposes. Yeah, bound by compromat. So I wonder if Epstein had anything on Chomsky then. Because these people are all very civil with one another, you know. Like look at, you know, Trump and Bubba. Like they're literally, not figuratively, literally sucking each other off. They all love each other. Like to us plebs, they put on this veneer that they're all at war with each other. And then they have blackmail and stuff, and it just keeps each other in check. Like they're all powerful. So like, what do you have? Something that can discredit you. Like I have something that discredits you. You have something that discredits me. Hey, we all can all discredit each other. So let's just respect each other and get along. That's how the bourgeoisie really works. That's how bourgeois society works. Is that like at the upper echelons, it's really not about just the social power that comes with amounting great fortunes and properties. But once you're dealing with other people that have those same luxuries and same social power, the power between you is the power to negate the other person. So if you do something to me, I can do the exact same to you, and then that holds the balance together. That's the law of the jungle for these people. And that's how the bourgeoisie really works, by just having dirt on one another and maintaining that. And they all feel more comfortable that there is dirt on everybody else. Like their system only works that way. Like if there was something that came through that was squeaky clean, then they figure out a way to blackmail them. They drug them, photo them out at some orgy or something like that, and be like, haha, you're in the club now. There's no way of getting out. Like, yeah, can I remember doing that? Oh, we got the photos. We caught you on flock safety camera. We got you. Indoctrinathan, are you being raided this afternoon by any chance? Let us know. Just like our PM position isn't about serving the people, it's a tryout for a globalist position in the UN, etc. Do you reckon that's really what's happening? Like our politicians, or particularly Elbow Sleazy, is just trying to get a position in the UN or some other type of bureaucratic position, whether that be private or public bureaucracy. He's just trying to get in there somehow, feathering his nest. It's a big call. Yeah, like I thought that this was fascinating. Flocking hell. You got me, Yanks. Flocking hell. Nah, I'm so... Oh, yeah, that's right. I got a headache from last night. I'm a rest up and try for Thursday. Yes, got it. Got it. Yeah, well, I hope you are getting better. Or you are better. Yeah, this is... It's disheartening. Like, I haven't always trusted, like, Chomsky. Like, I didn't like his reaction to the pandemic as an anarchist. I thought his, ability just to be, it's like talking about state suppression, basically, was just so flippant. He was just like, fucking, lock the people down kind of thing. Like, no regard at all. No, like, nuance to it. Just be like, oh, we have to think about this and we think about it. It was just like, we need to, I think he said something like hold people down and inject them with the what is it called? The vaccine, if necessary, hold people down and vaccinate them kind of thing. I was like, damn, I thought you were an anarchist. I really thought you were against like forcible activity. But like, yeah, I was really surprised with some of his takes in recent history on things. And it's like, you got to take some of his stuff with a grain of salt, but he always backs things up with evidence when you hear him talk about historical situations, like how the US has like plundered and raided like Latin America, and like how their like policy decisions were really being made post World War II to crush the communist movement in Europe. So you can back that sort of stuff up with facts, but yeah, some of the stuff he's done recently has been questionable for an anarchist, I would say. And it's just weird to see him rubbing shoulders so candidly with the upper levels of the bourgeoisie. Like, this isn't just, oh, we just happened to go to the same dinner party and we knew friends of a friends. And like, yeah, I took a picture with him, but I never really knew him. Like, this is, they're asking each other for advice. Epstein's trying out his linguistic theories on him, and Chomsky's kind of just brushing it off. It's like, oh, it's nice, but it doesn't really make sense to me. But thanks anyway, Jeffrey. It feels weird. It just feels strange to see this level, having it exposed. I actually think Albo is a true believer. He believes in socialism and what it can do. I think he definitely did at one point. But Albo thinks he is right. That's what makes him dangerous. That's what makes him a politician. I'm fine now. I just feel like I've had the life force sucked out of me. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. It's interesting they use that turn of phrase, the life force sucked out of me. It's I was reading this book and they were talking about slavery in Indian societies or Native American societies in the North American continent. And I guess unbeknownst to most people, they took slaves. They raided each other and took slaves. They weren't an entirely egalitarian society like we think in a primitive communist sense that everyone's kind of on an even playing field. There's no class relations. They took slaves, but like what they referred to it as, it wasn't a class system as such. They took them kind of like they would take pets. And so they'd raid another community or a warring faction or warring tribe, and then they'd take people to do kind of their menial tasks, like collect wood, but they had to look after them like pets, and like they took them on and they eventually integrated them with their family and all that sort of stuff. But like the way that the Native American populations would describe this idea of taking a slave was eating someone's life force, like you getting them to do stuff that you don't want to do because you can't be fucked or you've got other social obligations. You're eating somebody else's life force. They're spending their own force and their own energy on doing the shit that you don't want to do. Then like you're eating their life force. It's very interesting. I'm skeptical of Albert's intentions. I know the hard left sub-faction he's from. He's not against squishing dissent if it suits his interests. Squashing dissent. That's interesting. But like that's how you survive in factional politics when you need a coalition. No, you need to bring people together under one kind of party line, right? He's not against squashing dissent. That's interesting, isn't it? Yeah. Why not? Yeah. Squashing dissent. You should be skeptical. He's skeptical. His actions aren't going to help us. And the more he ignores the legit concerns of the right, the more they will be pushed to further extremes. We're not justifying the NSN there. That would be dangerous. Interesting. All right, well, look, I'm going to leave it there for today. This has been a rather interesting investigation. I mean, like, that's flock safety stuff that is just surveillance capitalism in a nutshell. And it takes it beyond the realm. Like the usual surveillance capitalism stuff that we get to deal with is your Googles and your Metas, and they're like, oh, they're tracking you on social media, and like you're giving your life away, and stop handing over your data. But this is the intrusion into the public sphere. It goes beyond digital spaces that are completely controlled by a single entity. This is piggybacking on public infrastructure and surveilling you in the real world. This type of surveillance capitalism, and they're moving fast, and they're not regarding anyone's civil liberties. They don't care, and they'll think about that stuff later. This is how surveillance capitalism really works, and they're amassing data, and that guy showed it. They're not just taking the files of the license plate in the cars. They're not just fingerprinting cars. They are fingerprinting anything that moves in front of the camera. It's crazy. I mean, I meant it in a fantasy way, but yeah, the Fijians used to refer to taking slaves and prisoners as eating someone's life force. That's crazy. But like they actually ate them. Yeah. It's crazy though. Thinking of some, like, instead of the eating part, but like thinking of using somebody else to do stuff that you don't want to do, as like you're eating their ability to live. You're eating their and to do stuff. Cheers, Swiss. Chomsky, I know what the sound of paint drying is. I could never get past 10 minutes of his droning, dull voice. I've spent a lot of time considering Chomsky's thoughts, reading his books, all that sort of stuff. It's just, yeah, it's disheartening to see that while on one hand he argues against the idea of the bourgeoisie, you could say, he would rub shoulders with them when it suits him. You know, and like not just by association either. Like, you know, maybe I'm just gonna benefit off this slightly. Like he's going to them, he's having relationships with them, he's using them, supporting them in a way, I guess you could say. Being a friendly advisor, apparently. NSN are flogs, but we don't have any sort of debate about politics, like what happens in the US, and that's the way Albo likes it. He went on Abby Chatfield's podcast, and she sells dildos. That's Oswald. Fair enough. You just like scathingly analyzed Australian politics right there. And she sells dildos. Like, seriously, come on. That's all we can do here? Honestly. All right. Thank you, everyone, for interacting today, hanging out. It's been quite the investigation, I must say. We haven't had like one of these types of investigations where we just go ham for a whole stream. So thank you very much. Dilemmas, Cheese Swiss, Indoctrinathan, 4IS. Who else we got here? Squee was in here for a little bit. Jerry Poppins ducked in for a little bit too. Who else we got here? Jet B, Jag, Avalava was keeping us entertained. Stream chat, Woozal. Thank you, everybody. We had Black Man Macho Flare Drip back in the house. What else we got here? Have I missed anyone? I think, oh, Jericho was in too. Empire. WTS Dubs. But yeah, thank you everybody for your interactions today. Do appreciate it. And yeah, we'll be back tomorrow, usual time, usual place. If you're new and you've been watching this, you know, give it a like, leave a comment, etc., etc. But I'll just put up the Discord invitation. Here it is. If you, yeah, like I said, if you're new, you've been watching, come and join our community. We share propaganda. The propaganda has inspired an entire stream today. So thank you again, Avalava, for providing that. It was, what a rabbit hole that was. And like, it's just unfortunate that this is the world that we live in, but it's good to be across it as opposed to being in the dark. So thank you everybody for your interactions, like I said, and I will see you all on the morrow. And until next time, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery.